Oh man, I had a whole other thing there, but now I'm gonna have to behave because I'm told I'm usually the one that starts it anyway.
Yes.
Which I'm starting to wonder is maybe that's the truth. Hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons here on Black Tower Stories. We are going through the adventures of Athoria. Here we have the Knights of the Silver Knights of the Mythal. We get it. You know what? I'm just gonna have to give up at this point. It'll be like the little blue pieces of tape all over my walls that remind me to do touch-ups that, let's be honest, I'm never gonna do. Okay. So, last week we had chapter 126. The group finally got their mandatory quest from the Adventurers Guild to go and provide humanitarian assistance for a hamlet that was devastated. Um, and basically, you guys spent most of that time just running around this little hamlet doing odd jobs for the villagers. The only thing really remaining on the list is to clear a well, which he's all seems to have been in over her head with. Pun slightly intended. So, um, yes. So that's kind of where we're at. You guys had completed the first day's work, and then staying with Elder Marla, are awaking on the 61st day of the second seed. Um, and pretty much the day is yours to decide what to do with it. You will.
So my work needed the help of a structural engineer or wizards and magic. Uh, did we go through everybody's stuff to solve it? Because I thought we were missing going through one person's.
So the jobs are to repair the windmill, to clear out the well, to deal with the pests, to mend fences, and then there's also one in here that's optional, resolving a dispute, which Volred handled somehow. So the only one that hasn't been completed is the clearing of the well
Oh,
because it had structural issues.
huh? And that has
And
to be.
Calum did not have a spell get rid of mud.
It seems ineffective.
Mud slug.
Shape Earth.
Stone, was it? Stone?
Well,
Stone shape. I ended up preparing stone shape because I was the one that somebody said they needed.
I'm here just resetting OBS.
Woo!
I'm Caleb now.
Yep. And your beard got slightly bigger. Oh my god, Caleb. You got a haircut? What?
in this economy.
I don't believe in haircuts.
Okay,
Oh,
was
I
your
know you
camera
don't.
not working, or was your cover just on?
No, it wasn't
Uh.
working, and in OBS it showed like it was all like pixelated and cracked. I was like, hold up,
Mhm.
why? How did it get cracked? And
Yeah,
I,
sometimes it does that with virtual cameras. I have the same issue with VCam from time to time, and I just need to shut it the hell down and
yeah, that's
tell
what I
it to
did.
get back in its cage, and then it can
It's
come
because
back
like I
later when it
unplugged my
agrees to.
camera and plugged it back in, and that didn't do anything. And I'm like, what is going on?
Spit on.
So then I didn't spit on it.
Would work.
I told it to go to its corner, and then I brought it back out.
Shame corner. Gotcha. Anyway,
So we're good now.
start of the day, right?
Yep. 61st.
We've solved the fence, and now we got to fix the well.
Yep. Turns out Yandere knows how to fix a fence. And Caleb knows how to fix a well. And
I know
Volred
how. I
knows
just
how
can't
to
do it.
yell at people.
He's just really
And
hot.
Kelmac killed some rats.
So we're going on the next day, and I prepared the shape water to try and split both, so me and Yandere can finish this and get it fixed.
Okay.
I can help
Okay,
you lower
so-
you down into the hole.
I will accept that.
Don't you have like that permanency spell?
I do, but it wouldn't do it. You don't really need it for this.
Okay. Does that cost money to do?
Yes, it costs
We ain't
quite a bit of.
Costs the entire village worth of gold.
Possibly.
Oh yeah, we were gonna try to convince like a neighboring town or something to annex this place. I think. Right? Because we get no tourism because it's a port city that's small and no one wants to be here.
Yeah. You can look into doing it.
That's not really something we can do right now. Okay, so how do you want to take care of the hole first?
The well?
Yeah.
Well, I still haven't seen it, so I don't know how big is the hole.
It's about just a hair under 5 feet in diameter.
What color is the hole?
Clear.
Okay.
Way to dodge that baited question.
Well, he said it's just a hair under, so is it hairy?
I mean, there's some moss.
Right, Yandre, I will get this rope for you, and I will help lower you down with Kelmac's help. That way you don't fall to the bottom.
Oh, so I'm doing the job.
Well, you said you hadn't seen it, and you wanted to look at it.
So do I just go down there and take care of it? Like, what? You know what? Just send me down.
That way you can get eyes
And
on
how
it.
deep is it?
Deep as a well.
Yeah, Izal, you assume it's a shallow well, only about 30 feet in depth.
Oh, then we don't. I don't have to go down there.
Wait, no, it was 60 feet because your rope wasn't quite long enough.
Never mind. Gotta jump.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, I'll go with you, Andre, and I will use shape water to try and pull it out so he can do his side of things.
We will
Still-
use 2 sets of rope. That way we're not putting the weight
Yes.
of 2 people on one rope. And Kelmac and I will both do it.
So, as the two of you are one by one kind of lowered down into this underground well area, you can kind of see what Izal is talking about. There appears to be a piece of like natural cavern that's a bit more kind of short in height, maybe just under 10 feet, but seems to kind of spread out. And the base is like pieces of fractured bedrock where water kind of seeps in a bit. You do notice there is one section of rock that seems to, with years of neglect and water movement, kind of collapsed in, and the dirt behind it has kind of rushed in to fill up the bottom of this well. Looking down, you can't tell exactly how deep it is, but the top appears to be a solid layer of silt and kind of puddled water.
Well, that looks like our area.
Yeah.
Well, do you mind trying to move the water out of the way, and I can see if I can
Yeah.
find what needs to be repaired?
So I will use shape water to try and pull the water away from the wall. And I'm essentially using the instantly move or otherwise change the flow of water up to 5 feet in any direction to clear the space from.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little difficult because you're constantly having to cast the spell and then adjust to kind of cover the area. but with your unbroken concentration, you can keep that going to the point where, Yandere, you do see a section of earth that is now relatively dry due to the shifting of water.
I will go to that area. Do I happen to see exactly where the water is coming in from, or where the hole is that needs to be?
Yes, it's pretty obvious. At this point, it's like surrounded by natural stone, but there's one section of the stone that looks like it was perhaps thinner than the stone around it. So as water was kind of seeping in through the rocks, it eventually just caved in. But you can find it easy enough, and there's plenty of stone to work with.
Okay. Well, after finding somewhat of a dry patch to move over to and get closer, I still have to be able to touch the area.
Yep.
I'll get as close as I can to it and begin to cast Stone Shape to form the, I guess you could say, wall to make up for the gap that's there.
Okay. And let me just say, you said you're using stone shape?
Yeah. So you touch stone object of medium size or smaller in a section of stone no more than 5 feet away. Wait, how big is the hole?
This spell will cover it in a cast. Yep. I was just trying to, I couldn't remember how large an area it was. But easy enough. You kind of reach over and start kind of touching the stone, and you kind of start molding it, using your magic to mold it kind of like wet clay. And so you see like sections of stone are kind of shifting, moving over to cover in the area, piling it on kind of as thick as you can, doing your best to kind of build what you think might be structural supports to the extent that you can. But and you do leave some kind of natural areas for like the water to kind of seep in, and then you kind of release and just see the stone going from like a darker color of gray to turn light, and then certain parts of it to kind of turn dark again as water begins to seep through, but at a much more controlled pace. If you wouldn't mind rolling me an intelligence check right quick. You made actually either of you can do it, which probably means
The wizard?
probably the wizard. I'm sitting here going, what am I talking about?
I'll
You
do
have
it.
the Calum advantage right now.
Yeah, I have advantage on all intelligence checks. Of course we're doing.
What if in order to get advantage on every check, you have to say, sponsored by Bob?
Yeah, for some reason, it's not doing that. It's not letting me roll the intelligence check. So I'm just going to do this.
Yeah, I think Bullred was having a similar issue beforehand, or it was someone who was trying to roll just a straight dex, and it wasn't working.
That was me 2 weeks ago. Last week.
Okay, so you're the problem
Oh.
child.
I rolled an 11 plus 4, 15. Check, right?
Yeah, here on Roll20 it says 21.
That's because I just rolled 2 d20s.
Did
It
you
was
add
10 to 1.
half of your proficiency?
Okay.
Half of my wisdom?
Half of
You're
your
a bard.
proficiency, because it's a check
Oh, right.
that you're not proficient
So,
with.
That
plus 3, so...
17. You said
well, doesn't it round up?
No, I don't know what this is.
Round
Oh,
up.
rounds down. So, that
I
would
don't know.
be a 17.
So it's either a 17 or an 18. One of those. That's fine. You take a kind of a quick look, and you're like, huh. Turns out, Yandere doesn't just know how to mend fences. He could make a decent, bricklayer or mortise, or perhaps even a potter. Make some clay pots. Who knows? But yes, you're taking a look at the surrounding area. It's probably not going to hold forever. This is probably not a permanent fix. But Yandere definitely gave at least a few years' life back to this well. The hard part is obviously going to be figuring out what to do with all the dirt that's in here. But, at least at this point, the villagers can handle that part, even if they have to scoop it out bucket by bucket.
I knew my appreciation for elven architecture would be beneficial. Are you ready to go? You're muted.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Thanks. It's not going to last forever, but at least the old people will be gone by the time it breaks apart again.
That's true.
It's the next generation's problem.
Yeah, that just kind of reminds me of like orcs where they're like, paint it red, it'll move faster. And it's just like elven architecture. Just put some leafy filigree on it. It'll last a century longer.
Well, great.
Try and pull to try and get assistance climbing up.
Kelmac and I will rapidly lower you all down towards the water and then stop after about 10 feet. And then start
Oh god!
back
Oh
up.
god! How
Did
close to water do we actually
Did you
get?
discuss this with Kelmac
Yeah, we were
beforehand?
totally chatting about it.
Okay, because I was going to say, otherwise, Kelmac would just kind of let go, thinking that that's what he's supposed to do, when you just suddenly kind of, he's like,
How far till me and Yandre hit water?
Yeah, as I said, it's not very tall, so like maybe 5 feet.
Okay, as soon as we start doing it, instead of doing that, I would try and attempt to teleport me and him out. Would I have the opportunity to quickly do that?
Sure, for SNGs, why not? So, Izal, Kelmac, as you guys are up here suddenly giving way, as you go to tug back the rope,
It goes,
a whole bunch of slack comes up the rope.
oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh no.
And we are behind them as they're trying to pull it up.
Yep. And you just kind of hear as you turn around and see like 2 little kids a little bit down the road who were fighting with sticks and then suddenly just saw you guys like dimension door pop into space.
I don't say anything. I'm just waiting for them to realize that we are behind them.
Kelmac, did you tie this knot or is that me?
It's like, I
I mean, the knot's
he's
good.
like,
It's still there.
he's like rushing, scrambling over to the well.
I look around.
He's like, you didn't say that was gonna die.
There was not that deep. There probably. I look around for Kel.
You have to remember, Caleb is weak.
When Kelmac goes to the well, I'm going to go up behind him. What are you looking for?
She just pushed
We're
me.
looking for Caleb. We've lost Caleb.
Oh no.
Oh.
You lost Caleb? Yeah, I'm like down in the hole now.
Oh, thank God, Yandre's here. He can help us look for Caleb. So you teleported out of the hole?
Yes, we both got out of the hole.
That's
And then-
excessive for whatever.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to get wet.
How's
A lot
the
more
hole?
than wet.
How was the hole?
It was good. We fixed it. Well, Yandre did most of the work.
Yeah, you moved the water. That was important. But it's reliable for a few years.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still a lot of dirt down there, which I'm not moving. The job was to mend the hole.
It'll give the young people something to do.
Yep. But speaking of something to do, isn't that the last job?
Yeah. I mean, they were getting attacked by some monsters, but it wasn't anything crazy.
Do we want to go fight the monsters? I thought they were only dealing with the rats.
I know they mentioned rats, but I don't know if those were separate or the same. We can go ask the chief.
Let's do it.
Okay, you're gonna go to Marlo's place.
Yeah.
Okay. You head back over to Marla's house. At this point in time, she appears to be cleaning and just kind of picking up the house. You know, not having a whole bunch to do, but because it looks like she kind of recently had visitors while you guys were down there, so she's picking up, cups and plates and such. But yeah, as you enter, she kind of looks over and goes, "Ah, well, there's our wonderful helpers. So you figure out what's wrong with the well."
Got a big hole in it.
"Well, I know that, darling. Question is, do you know how to fix it?"
Yes, it's fixed.
"Oh, okay. Well, then you guys managed to get all the dirt and debris down there, or?"
That wasn't the job.
Well, I guess I never really did hear of adventurers going the extra mile, but right you are. So, let's see here. And she kind of gestures to the table, which is just like driftwood assembled with lashings. Some tea?
Sure. We also were making sure that there was nothing else that you needed done, because you had mentioned the monsters at one point, but were those also the rats, or was that something entirely different?
Yeah, that was the rats. And your furry friend over there managed to handle that, though looks like he got himself cut up pretty good doing it. You might want to put some poultice on some of that. Scabies and such. She goes, "So, let's see here. If you're saying true, then smart boy over there managed to fix the windmill and even teach a couple people how to run it. Managed to at least repair the well. Your friend over here dealt with the pests, so they're keeping them rats out of our crops. And your elven friend here did a pretty good job mending fences. And, well, I recently learned that your friend over here with the, beautiful face, managed to settle a dispute among a couple of our constituencies here. Now, I'm not entirely sure what all you did in order to keep those two from bickering, but honestly, I don't much care. They're not arguing now, and, well, Giles is spending more time with his wife, which, let's be honest, is probably good. So, now that Rourke's got his own work to be doing, I'd say that means you've pretty much done everything we needed. Unless you wanted to stay around for a few more days and handle some other chores.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, that's okay, I don't mind being talked to like that on occasion, depending on who's doing it.
I just wink back.
Some people pay for it.
Yeah, you see her blush a little bit and goes, "You're nice for humoring this old lady, but I'm way past that in my life." And she's, at this point in time, starts kind of pouring some tea. So, as for the completion, it's my understanding I need to sign something.
Yeah. Paperwork. This will just show that we've completed all the things you required of while we're here. And that should be it. I mean, we'd be leaving shortly after, because we have a few things to take care of personally.
Oh, understood. I can say that I actually quite appreciate it. I honestly thought you'd have to stay a lot longer than this, but to be here only one night, that's quite saying something.
Divide
And
and
she
conquer.
starts, and kind of goes over and pulls out this little wooden box, and it looks like she's got like some sealing wax and stamp and ink and stuff in there, and starts going through the process of finalizing the paperwork and stamping it and everything. It's like, oh, yes. So considering you've all worked so hard, a couple of individuals here from town wanted to show their appreciation, um, and asked me to pass along a couple of gifts in case it's something that you might end up looking for. Let's see. What is it? What is it? Yes. She goes and pulls out a couple things. Goes, I don't really much know what they are. Um, but one of the men in town, the individual you taught how to use the windmill, his father was a hedge wizard of sort, said that you might have use for these things. And he hands you over a vial of liquid that you don't recognize and a rolled up piece of parchment. You assume it's a spell scroll. Um,
All right.
and then
Thank
let's
you
see
very
here.
much.
We also have here. This is a pouch of spices. It's not magical or anything, but it's some of the herbs and such that we gathered here. And well, from what I've been told, you adventurers tend to have, well, bad fare when you travel. Hopefully this will help you out, nice and fresh. Um, and then, as far as payment, and kind of hands over a little leather pouch. Kind of a quick look. There appear to be 101 gold pieces and a golden ring. Very kind of simple band, almost kind of looks like a wedding band.
Why's there a ring in here?
Oh, that's actually from me. It was mine that my husband gave to me, but he's been dead a little over a decade now, and well, I thought you could use it more than we could, especially considering you worked so hard. And honestly, I'm not entirely sure what your friend here did, but that mill is grinding grain better than, well, it has in a very long time. So that means, well, we should have a pretty good harvest of bread, I think.
I am glad to hear that. And hopefully the people I was able to teach how to maintain it are able to keep it going for years to come.
Well, I certainly hope so too. But yeah, I think it will. I mean, after all, the young man, Braden, he had said that you did a pretty good job explaining to him how to use it, and from what I understand, he and a couple of his friends have already started drawing mock-ups of some of the parts to perhaps keep some replacements on hand. Not really sure how that'll work, considering parchment and ink and such is quite expensive to get all the way out here. But that's fine. We have a little catalog from the city, and we just kind of send in what we need in the little, send a bird. So, and then every once in a while we can get what we want.
I'll see what I can do about that in terms of paper. That I know quite a bit about, and I could probably get some shit for you too. And I think that might help in the long run.
Oh, well, I certainly appreciate it. Mostly we're just lacking in a bit of art. What's the word? When there's stuff in place to help us out.
Infrastructure?
Infrastructure. Yeah, I think that's what the old wizard said. Things were a little easier when he was around. At least he could make some healing potions when folk got sick. If only we even had a wise woman or an herbalist, that at least would be something. But not that it would really matter. I'd order some books, but there are only a couple people in the hamlet who can even read. I being one of them. So,
Have you tried teaching the individuals to read?
oh, I try and teach the youngins from time to time. It's slow going, but we'll make progress.
The difficulty is finding things that people actually like to read instead of just studying.
Yeah.
And I can work on that as well.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. And hopefully we can get a little bit more. I mean, if we could even build a bit of a harbor, considering we're a safe spot, perhaps we'd even get some actual trade. But who knows?
I'm gonna look around. Was there anything else that you guys needed from this individual?
Well, all kinds of things, really. But no, I would say, well, we're done at the moment.
Then we should be on our way. And then I'll shake their hand and I'll start to head out.
All right. Pleasure to meet you.
Hope everything goes well. And Yandere will turn around and begin to leave.
I winked a few times and then I walk away.
Yeah, and she goes, "Oh, come back whenever you want. You'll have a place here. We'll fix up a cabin for you next time. It's got to be one right here near me."
Goodbye.
Yeah, and so
All right.
your
how-
transportation.
We walking back because it's going to take a while.
No, I'm gonna do a teleportation circle. I'm gonna message Master Falarion that we are heading his way.
Okay. So warned. And with a teleportation circle, goes through, passes into Falarion's study, who happens to be there at the moment, looking as though he's writing some things down, shuffling through. He's got a little set of spectacles and this kind of vibrant, kind of purple and silver set of robes. As you arrive, he goes, "Oh, well, and whoa." Taking a look at Volred. "I don't know that I've met you. Are you new to the party?"
That's Red.
"Oh, well."
Have I changed?
Well,
Enchanting.
please don't take this the wrong way. I don't bat for that team, but if that is a spell, I really want it.
Courtesy of the Feywild.
Yandere does he's insightfully looking at Master Falarion when he says, "I don't bat for that team."
Oh,
He's a liar.
mostly lying.
He
He's
he
mostly
bats for
lying.
both teams.
You get the sense he'd bat for either team.
He's down to
Is he a
tango.
pitcher or a catcher?
Hell, he'll be a coach. He doesn't care.
Just off on the side.
Go team.
Yes, Yeah, this would have been before Yandere, but Volred, you would know because Caleb did actually mention it one time that Valerion isn't. The phrase is he appreciates a good-looking body.
So I'll just wink.
He goes, well, wow. As
You're
an
gonna get a
enchanting
message
wizard,
later on tonight.
No. It's just as an enchantment wizard, I would have imagined I'd have been immune to that kind of effect. Okay. Well,
Not an enchantment. You're just reacting.
I yes. Just passing through.
Yes, that is correct. We had a job to do for the Adventurers Guild, and
Oh,
it was pretty quick and quite underwhelming.
well, I imagine underwhelming has got to be at least a boon at this point, considering I heard through some little birdies that your position in the city has been somewhat perilous of late.
Oh, that means I gotta text the guildmaster. 1 second. I get a notebook out and I write in it. We're back in the city. Solve the old person problem.
Don't phrase it like that.
I wait for
They
a
might think.
You won't be hearing from them for years to come.
They'll be silent. What?
He's like, solve your old person problem. It's like, whoa. How
Oh.
exactly? What exactly did you do?
We completed their quest. After I was like, we completed their quest for them. They're alive and safe.
Yeah, and you're informed. That's wonderful to hear. Just stop by the guild at your earliest convenience to drop off the paperwork.
Cool, thank you. How's your day going?
And you're just writing back. There is kind of an uncomfortable length of time, and then you start seeing words.
Oh, good. I thought you left me on
It's-
red.
No, it's quite fine. Just busy. Coordinating some guild services. New batch of recruits staying in the garrison. And searching for a new priest.
What happened to the priest? We can come to
well-
the office if that was easier.
And sits there and goes, yes, we can discuss it more when you report.
Close the book. Ooh, there's some stuff going on at the guild hall.
But yes, you guys are able to depart Master Falerion's or Terry as long as you wish. Don't mind Kalen, he's just talking to Malor.
Yep.
Psychic.
What'd you ask?
Nothing. I was just saying you guys can leave if there's nothing more you guys wanted to discuss.
Oh yeah. I'm good. After Master Valerian stops oogling Volred,
Undressing Volred with his eyes.
we will head out.
Okie dokie.
Someone's having a head out.
But I guess we'll head to the Adventurers Guild. And on our way over there, I'm going to ask us all, any idea what's going on?
Oh, they got a new set of recruits in. That's standard stuff. But apparently they had to replace a priest. So I'm just kind of curious what that's about.
Interesting.
So either they got fired or they got expelled in some other way.
Yeah. We shall see.
And then I text Frigga saying, we're back in town. Heading to the guild hall.
Okay. No response from Frigga, but you assume she'd be working at this time.
It's either working or She hates me now. That is my only thought process. It's like, not responding. She hates me. It's terrible.
Oh
What have I done?
God, you're the helicopter girlfriend.
I'm constantly worried.
So, all right, you guys head to the guild hall. This time, when you guys arrive, you guys are sent up to the higher floors, and they're near the top, in kind of what you would assume in the castle would be like the king's apartments. You see a rather large kind of solar, like a waiting room, with lots of windows and tapestries. There's also some banners of some of like the more well-known adventuring groups. You see paintings depicting adventurers doing daring moments. And eventually you guys are brought in to Lord Renard's office, which is dominated by a massive, kind of elegantly adorned oak desk. Again, more tapestries, banners depicting the silver dragon. That is the emblem of the guild. As he kind of makes his way in, he's going through stacks of papers and goes, "Ah, the Silver Knights of the Mythal. Yes, returned. Awfully quick. I assume teleportation was a factor."
Makes it way quicker.
Ah, well. Good. I did receive the invoice from the Wayfarers Union. So, will I be expecting a second, or did you handle the round trip yourself?
I'll hand
Did
him the other
Stipend?
voucher. Yeah, the other stipend, because he gave us 2 of them, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Is it empty, or are you expensing your own teleportation?
It's empty.
And he takes it and goes, well, the guild certainly appreciates that. Sets it aside. Your writ.
Yep. Here you go.
And it kind of takes it, goes through. Excellent. Everything is in order. Mandatory quest completed. I don't have anything else for you to do at this particular moment, so you are free to handle your own personal business, so long as you remember the terms of the agreement you have with the guild. Any questions?
What's the deal with the priest?
Oh, the priests returned to their own chapel. They do that from time to time. And so one of the other temples will dedicate a new priest to help out the Adventurers Guild. They're here for emergency healing, respite, handle the chapel that we have on site, that sort of thing.
Neat. Any word for sights of shadowy figures trying to murder people?
No, the individual who attacked you seems to be keeping a low profile. But this is an awfully large nation. There are a lot of people and places to hide. So, that being said, we will continue to keep our eyes out. And if we come up with anything, let us know. And obviously, we'll respond in kind.
All right.
So, was there something else you needed from the guild?
Probably no.
Excellent.
I have a question. Do you have any recommendations of local doctors? I'm looking to get a little bit of cosmetic surgery done.
Kind of looks at you and goes, is that right?
Just a little touch-up.
Well, if you're thinking something cosmetic, can't really say for certain. I spend most of my time in the office here, but you might try someone down in the shops beneath the castle. There are numerous individuals there that might be able to help you out. Or I recommend heading up to the Sterling District. That's where some of the finer and more expensive shops are. You can usually find a variety of services and wares there. You would also know you guys just came from the Sterling District, because that's where Valerian lives.
Great, thank you.
All right, well, we won't take any more of your time.
And I just wink.
He kind of just looking at you.
Is he coming on to me or is he threatening me?
Yeah,
He
he's
closes
just kind
the
of.
distance with the blade drawn. Shit.
Yeah, no, he just kind of looks at you, not entirely sure of your intentions, but smiles to stay amiable. Well, if there's anything else, let me know. Otherwise, I'll reach out once we have your next quest. But it could be a little while.
All right, we'll keep you updated anytime we go anywhere.
I appreciate that.
Bye.
Have a wonderful day.
Have a great day.
As soon as we open the door, they're just screaming outside. Oh, there's kids here.
Yep.
Oh my god!
Just as
Fucking
soon as I
new
unmute it.
recruits!
Damn.
Yep.
Damn gnomes and halflings. High pitched.
Yep. Argument over which group gets what beds in the bunkhouse. So, yes. You guys are able to depart. The main office buildings. This section quieter than the rooms below. But yeah, this is where you see that all of the officials are. And you've been to some of the areas in the middle, like when you guys met with Maldrasath and the liaison for the Lyceum and the council in the meeting rooms here. But yeah, just getting to see a little bit more of the castle, and from here you have some pretty nice views of some of the areas around. But yeah, the day is yours to do with as you will.
I've got nothing planned. I can go find us another job.
At this point, we're just kind of sitting waiting. I'm waiting till the Lord of the Hunt summons me, so until then, it's free game.
I want to go talk to someone to see if I could get my lips just a little bit bigger.
You look fine.
Are you sure? I keep looking in the mirror and it just seems like my lips are too small.
Like, aren't they the same they've always been?
Yes, but with the rest of the face, it just seems tiny, no?
I think you're fine.
Well, thank you. I think you're fine.
Oh, that's a bit much. You calm down. I'm taken.
Just a compliment. You told it to me first. I'm taken by myself.
Well, self-love is important.
Exactly, so that's why I'm going to see a doctor.
Do you want a hug?
I don't recommend that. I think you look fantastic. I don't think you need anything else done. But
Are
you
sick?
do you.
Not physically sick.
Well, what do you need a doctor for? Well, Yandre's got healing if you need healing for him. Like Kelmac. Sometimes.
Well, perhaps it's a quest for me for another time then.
I think he's just looking for augmentation.
Like to get faster? Or...
Well, no. He said that he wanted his lips bigger. He just wants to change his visage.
What's the... I mean, he's still going to look like himself just with bigger lips.
Exactly.
What's the benefit?
Bigger lips.
Is it
I don't-
to create a buffer between the food you're eating and your mouth?
Yes, precisely. Now you understand.
You know, I think surgery would be necessary, but okay. Just make for your food to be proper temperature, I guess, but...
Don't you think there would need to be somebody who's proficient in doing this stuff? Or do you think he's just going to go down an alleyway and get something?
I find all kinds of cool things in an alleyway, but I would not look for a doctor there. And most of the doctors I know, magic is way better.
But is it permanent?
I don't know about lip augmentation.
Maybe we should let him go, see what he comes back with, and then if we have to resolve the issue, we can. But it's a learning experience, it sounds like.
I've only ever seen someone get a fat lip, not like a reduced lip.
Well, he's not trying to reduce lips. He's trying to make his lips bigger.
And I know an easy way to do that.
But it's not.
Yeah, punching somebody, but that's not.
Do it enough time, it builds up collagen.
So you think he's just going to go down an alleyway and get beat up a couple of times until his lips remain big?
That would be the easiest and cheapest way, but that's not Volred's style. As we're just talking in the stairwell at the Adventurers Guild.
Yep.
Well, Volred, I say do it.
So let us know where you go so we can go with. Someone has to go with you, Volred. You know, murder.
You can't be by yourself.
Really, no one can.
That's true. But we have separated quite a bit before, and nothing's happened.
Before
I mean,
the assassin attempted to kill
at
us?
the town we were kind of separated, but we're all within 40 feet of each other. It's a very small town.
Okay, so y'all will just go and run around lately, but if I want to go do something on my own, it's an issue.
Well, you have an assassin after you, so yes.
Yes, the assassin that killed you guys first.
Well, yes.
Hence, never mind.
I usually go somewhere with Frigga, but I mean, I kind of want to be attacked, so mine's a bit different than other people's.
So who do you want to go with you?
Oh, I don't care.
I'll go with you. I want to see what they're going to do to your face.
Perfect.
Awesome.
I'm not sure I even have the proper money for this.
I have no idea what it's going to cost to enlarge your lips, but doctors are expensive without insurance, so.
What's insurance?
He has money. He doesn't have to worry about things like that.
Insurance is a real estate scam. We can go.
Okay.
We'll go our separate ways, and I'll head to the house.
Who's taking Calmac?
I would imagine you probably need to keep a healer with y'all. So either y'all take Kelmac or I go with y'all.
A healer?
So either y'all take Kelmac or I go with y'all.
I'll
Who
take
do y'all-
Calmac.
Okay.
Yeah. What's that supposed to mean?
I'm not looking to mitigate damage here. I'm looking to take it to the face.
That's you.
So
You have
Volred.
Volred. Volred is, well, yes, he is looking to get beat up in the face. So maybe not. Well, Caleb, what are you doing?
Probably go and try and work in the spell a little bit more.
Great, I'll come with.
All right.
Yeah. Chandra's like, definitely not letting Caleb go work on a spell by himself.
I'm just going to apply some local anesthetic directly to your face. Gets a hammer out.
Okay. So, let's see here. You guys are gonna go try and find someone.
Was
Uh,
plastic surgery on your list of prepared materials for today, Eric?
um, it was not, but we can work with that. Um, okay. So, let's.
We're going to the fancy district, right?
Yeah, Sterling District. I was like my couple of web tabs just closed for some reason. Okay. So you guys go into the Sterling District and start looking around. Let's see here. For the Sterling District, just trying to see if there's any place that you guys know of specifically, because you guys have been to Enchanted Elegance.
Can I see if Frigga's working while we're at the Adventurers Guild?
Yes, she is working.
I wave at her. Okay.
She kind of waves.
While we wait to decide, as we split up, I'll make sure that no one's trying to hit on her.
Fair enough. Let's see. Okay, so you guys are going to go look for a place. You guys go ahead and someone either roll me an investigation or a history check. Your choice.
All red.
Sure. $23.
Damn.
23.
Almost got to see that cool.
Yeah, almost got to see it. Almost. So, yes, you guys managed to find a shop that, from what you can tell, it's over in the Sterling District in one of the marketplaces that sell fine goods, luxury type goods. And you walk in to this place which appears to sell some kind of cosmetics. Kind of these large, open, kind of glass areas and kind of heading in. You're not sure if it's exactly the kind of place, but it seems to sell at least something like what you need.
Great.
This place smells expensive.
Does it? What makes it smell expensive?
It's like clean with an excessive amount of fragrance. You can smell the sterilization, but then the buildup of smell on top of it.
Are you good at smelling things?
I can notice the difference between one thing or the next. Like, it smells way different outside.
Well, yes, but I've never smelled sterilization.
I'm also a were creature, so
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
the only benefit right here.
Yeah, when's the next full moon?
I have no idea. We travel through time all the time.
But I mean, didn't you look at the moon last night?
It wasn't full though.
Well, but I know, but you should be able to tell by looking at the moon
I don't really
whether we're
remember it.
closer. I thought you were good at
Was
science.
it waxing or waning? Well, that was good. Waxing's when you build it up, right?
Oh well, I don't know.
I just need like confirmation on this. Let's ask the shopkeeper if the moon is waxing or waning. Start small chatter. What's your celestial sign? Are you a Virgo? Are you a necromancer? That kind of thing.
More of a Capricorn.
Definitely horn.
Where is the shopkeeper?
Man, there's no.
You guys heading
here.
inside?
Well, we would have walked inside and immediately
Yeah,
started
we're
a
talking about the
conversation
smell
about the
of it,
smell
yeah.
of it.
Oh yeah. As you guys kind of walk in, it's it's a little bit sparse. The shelves and such are designed to obviously display relatively prominently the goods, the skincare, cosmetics, and things like that. You also see a small collection of jewelry that is there, and lots of different serums and oils and such in very delicate and expensive looking bottles. Um, as you guys are kind of looking around this place, you see a woman make her way over to you. She wears this kind of bright white, kind of silk type robe with this white kind of fur fringe. Um, Considerable amounts of jewelry and glowing skin. She kind of comes over, kind of ignores these all, looking right over to you, Horette, and goes, "My darling, hello." And she reaches out her hand. "The name's Elaine."
Hi, Elaine. My name is Volred. How are you today?
"I'm doing wonderfully. I just had one of the most beautiful people I have ever met walk into my shop."
Oh, where are they?
Yeah, where?
"Oh, and a sense of humor to boot. You are a total package, aren't you?"
I've been told that.
"Well, what is it I can get for you, lovely?"
Well, to be quite frank, I'm looking into, options here. I would like to increase the overall mass of my lips.
Hmm, I see. And are you looking for something permanent?
Well, I'm not quite sure. This is new to me. But when I look in the mirror lately, I just feel like they could use a little more oomph, just a little more plumpness. So I'm open to options.
Well, I won't deny that your figure is near perfect, so I'm loath to touch anything. But if you are looking for an occasional something, I might be able to help you out. You were mostly looking for small adjustments, correct?
Correct.
Hmm.
Yes.
Well, in which case, I think I have something perfect for you. And she kind of moves over to a glass case, which seems to have the most expensive product there. You see this kind of somewhat small, very round, kind of translucent glass container with golden trim that she kind of reaches in and pulls out, opens up, and you see this kind of shimmering, almost kind of opalescent liquid, kind of serum, almost kind of like I don't know, I don't know really, maybe a paste or some kind of salve. I don't do cosmetic shit, so I don't know how to describe it, but some kind of foundation type thing in there. And she goes, "This is my crowning achievement."
Oh, what exactly is it?
Is it a
I call it
foundation?
no, I call it perfect self serum. It's actually
Perfect
quite
self
interesting.
serum.
Indeed. Uh, the jar contains enough for 10 applications, and with a little bit of application to a specific location on your body or face, it can alter your appearance for about an hour or so. And, well, the effects are instant, but of course, they're not permanent. And really, it can alter just about anything you manage to put the serum on. But obviously, that means you can only pick perhaps certain things. Useful when you want to perhaps improve your eyelashes, perhaps maybe shrink your nose just a little bit, add some freckles for a bit of whimsy, or change the shape of one's lips. Each container contains enough serum for about 10 applications.
How much is it?
Well, I normally sell for about 500 a jar, but... Well, I suppose if you're willing to tell whoever you meet where you got it, I might be able to give you a discount. Say 400?
I mean, we meet a
BRB
lot of
checking
people.
my inventory.
We meet a lot of people. I mean, with being the Adventurers Guild and all this, I'm sure you'd probably be able to tell a bunch of people.
Might I think on that? This was a little bit outside of my current budget at the moment. I do have the funds, just have to reorganize some money. But I am quite interested.
Are you an apothecary?
Well, of sort.
Did you make this or did a friend make it?
Oh, well, it is my creation, but I do have some individuals who help me out in mass production when needed.
Okay. Have you sold this before?
Oh, yes, it's actually quite popular with some of the local nobles. Though, I must say, many of the people I sell it to have some imperfections to cover up. So, they're willing to sell quite a bit for those special affairs when they need to be knockouts.
I wonder what that's like.
Well, yes, I don't imagine you have that problem.
Well, you know, the thing about perfection is it's really the imperfections that give character.
Truer words, dear, truer words. But the right imperfections, those that enhance the beauty around it. There are some imperfections that are simply imperfect.
Like gross feet. No one likes gross feet.
Yes, of course. But thankfully, hemlines and shoes do a lot to cover that bit up.
That's true. Well, for now, I'm going to have to think on this. But I think you might see me in the future.
Looking forward to it.
Is there anything that you want to look at while we're here?
No, I'm good.
Okay, well, appreciative of your time.
I had one question.
Yes.
What is my least flattering quality?
She's kind of looking you over. It would have to be the hair, darling. A single braid is, well, it just looks a little homely on you, you know?
But it's functional. Okay.
I'm just saying, with your relatively broad physique, it, well, certainly makes it look like you're trying to dress down. But on the other hand, your skin is quite nice. I'm sure you'll find a farmer someday.
Thank you.
That was slightly rude.
I'm just kind of confused.
Oh,
girlfriend's hot.
I didn't mean it quite like that. I mean, after all, the world takes all kinds. But,
Azal, let's go find you a wig.
I don't I have hair. I don't need a wig.
Have you never tried a wig?
No, I've always had hair.
Well, I've tried a wig before. It's quite fun.
You have a little less hair than me.
How about this?
I don't think a wig's gonna
By
help me.
way of demonstrating my superior product, and as an apology for offending you, perhaps you'd like to use a single application of my serum to change your hair color.
I don't. No, I'm good. I don't need that. Wait,
Huh.
is it the color or like the style? Because you said it was the style. Is that gonna go?
Well, whatever you apply it to, you can change an attribute or so of it. So if you apply it to your hair, it can change the color. Or perhaps you would like to change the style. Perhaps make it wavy, windswept. And she's kind of doing the Fabio.
Could be fun is all.
You could even use it to apply eyeshadow.
Uh, the bags under my eyes are all natural.
Oh. With a little bit of shadow and a bit of red for accent, you could go for the brooding temptress look.
I will use my mold self ability from the potion and just
Uh-oh. Sean's
change
typing.
my.
I'm about to get some feedback.
I will change my hair color to red and give it more volume, and then give myself some blush and eyeshadow. It's just. Ta-da!
Okay. Yep. And you watch like somewhat well, it is magic. It's not magically, it's straight up magic. Yeah, but yes, as Izal kind of takes some of the syrup in her hands, kind of runs it through the hair, you watch as the hair changes shape and
Yep.
color.
I used my ability to just change my look
Oh.
that I have. It only works for 10 minutes, but I'm not planning on hanging out. And it physically alters. It's like alter self and disguise self.
Yeah, yeah, okay. And she just kind of looks and goes, wow.
I don't. Ooh. I don't know what I look like. So, is there a mirror? There should be a mirror here.
And she kind of gestures over to the wall with like a huge, like 10-foot tall mirror.
The tall ass mirror.
Oh, as I said, the world takes all kinds.
Get insulted in the Discord right now.
Yeah, one of the things you immediately notice is all, you can't say for certain, but there's something about this mirror that isn't quite right. It makes you look a little thinner than you really are sure that you are. And as you're kind of glancing, there's like a little bit of a bend to the mirror to make you appear more flattering. Oh, God. All right, that's it. I should know by now not to be watching the. Oh,
What did you search for that? That's ugly.
Ugly?
Oh boy. Look up the dictionary. It's all.
What if she had
The reason
one
he's all went with red is because when she's covered in blood, sometimes blonde hair just turns red in those situations. Like,
oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's not really my forte, but whatever. A lot of upkeep to this. Oh, Volra, did you? If you're offering like a free trial just to make sure it doesn't kill him, you could offer Volred thing because I don't know why he
Of
needs big
course.
lips, but
I will try it.
And she just kind of takes it. You see her kind of crank open. It looks like it's a new jar, and just kind of hands it over. Yeah. And then, yes, it's basically kind of like a disguise self spell, but it only works on a particular feature. So, just however big you want your lips to be.
I have just the need for this.
How do I look, Azal?
Looks like you're having trouble talking.
I mean, maybe just a little bit. Is it that bad?
You look uncomfortable.
Are you sure? As I,
mean,
go to look over in the
you
mirror.
look really good, but I see you a lot. How does he look good, Eric, or is he ugly?
Um,
He's just over plastic.
depends on how big. To you, oh, are you giving yourself a Zimbic face? Um, you would think not great.
Looking good.
It. I mean, you could say it started to look just a little unnatural.
This is good, no?
It's a look.
Cool, cool, cool.
And man, it's just kind of off. Because I always see you without those. So
That's true.
I think you look way better without it, but
Well, I will think on it. I have an hour, I guess. Well, thank you, Gemma. It was nice to meet you.
Very well, darling. Please. And she kind of reaches over, takes a business card. Let me know if I can do anything for you.
Absolutely. See you around. Come on, Azal. Let's go find you a wig.
alright.
And then you can kind of hear a little bit as you guys are going through. The little tappy tap tap of shoes, as it seems some of the other women in the place are now kind of rushing towards the lane to, maybe talk about what just happened. And you can kind of hear Izal, like one of the last things as you guys are leaving, you hear one girl go, "Why didn't you offer to put it on for him?"
You don't touch the merchandise.
Eric, you should have made me roll for that.
Well, nah, hey man, it's based off how you see your lips.
Oh, I want to know if it's successful or not. I want to know how big.
How big do you want them?
Okay. I already decided to make it, like, big for right now.
How about this? Roll a charisma check. You're trying to purse those lips in just a way to be accentuated.
Huh. Didn't roll. Okay, it's not rolling. So I guess I'll roll d20.
Yeah. And add your charisma, which is a lot.
Which is 5. 11.
Yeah. You. It's like, okay, it's not horrible, and then you gotta purse the lips, and it's like, oh, wow, yep, way too big.
So yeah, that's an hour, right?
Yep.
I mean, the rest of you still looks really good. Just look like I might have overdone this one thing. If the Shady Cavell wants to come try to murder you, you could say, "No, that's not me. Volred has much smaller lips." And that'll really fool him.
I mean, at this point, is he even going to recognize me?
Hell, you look way different from before. I mean, you always look kind of hot, but like you look way hotter than you did before.
Maybe I should put on some different clothes. Change my style up.
Are you left-handed or right-handed?
Why does that matter?
Just trying to see if you're amphibious or not.
I don't think that's the word.
I'm pretty sure it's the word. But
It's amphibious.
amphitheater? Nah, that's when you can swim underwater.
That is amphitheater. Yeah, you're right.
But I mean, if you just trick yourself, like walk with you, if you always lead with your left foot when you walk, you could lead with your right foot. You could wave with a non-dominant hand. Really throw them off. Speak with an accent.
Is it really that difficult to wave with your non-dominant hand? That sounds quite simple.
Well, instinctively, you would always wave with the dominant hand.
Are you sure?
I like to wave with both hands.
Now you have me thinking about which hand I use when I wave.
What if you try to hit on the Shady Cavell, really seduce him into not trying to kill you?
I mean, that's an option. Do you think he would like the lips?
It's someone's type, I'm sure.
You know what? I still feel like I have that potion that I got. I can't even remember who gave it to me. That'll make my
You hoo-ha?
bigger.
You got that down in the waterfront district of this town, actually.
I don't know if that... For mixing chemicals with your body composition currently seems like a big risk, especially since that stuff might expire or not be magical and could just be snake venom.
Yeah, I don't think that was a permanent effect, though, so that should be fine, right?
You are the one to try it out.
Thank you for being an encouraging friend.
The risk of beauty is everything.
It is. It is. See, Caleb and Yandere didn't even care about my wants and needs. In Kelmac, he's not even paying attention.
Yeah, he's been real quiet lately. As if he's just disassociated entirely.
Yeah, like the whole time he was cooking the other day, he didn't even say like a damn thing. Maybe like one or two things.
I saw him grab the skillet on the hot part, didn't say a word.
Is he immune to heat?
No.
There's a lot of things I don't care about. And that's one of them.
Thought you were just gonna end your statement after that. It's like there's a lot of things I don't care about, and that's it. Ooh, we should try to eat while you have those lips.
I don't know if that's a great idea, but...
Well, how are you gonna know if you're gonna really want that as a permanent thing if you don't try every aspect of it?
Yeah, I went through the
Every
effort of
aspect of it.
actually adding it as an item in D&D Beyond.
You need to eat, drink.
That never happens.
Have a speech.
I don't know if I want to do public speaking right now, but we can eat. Let's go eat.
All right, where's the closest? We want where's the fancy place? This is.
Yep, you can find a fancy place to eat if you like.
Yes.
All right. I was trying to find my meme of handsome Squidward Volred, but I couldn't find it.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see if I can find it.
We need a handsomer Squidward.
We just need big DSL Squidward face Volred right now.
Okay.
Hey, we fought that one guy who was named DSL after he lost to us. Well, I called him DSL.
Because he was slow.
Not because he had Dark Shadow Loser. That's what DSL stands for, right?
I never really know because you always sneak in these initialisms, and I don't ever seem to get what they mean until sometimes years later.
Well, if you ever hear someone mention DSL, they're talking about Dark Shadow, which is a sub meme thing, and then lose win. So, there he is, handsome Squidward Volred.
Oh, that one. Oh. Well, that's a different interpretation, I guess.
Who messaged him? We had a good thing going.
Who do you think messaged me?
Man. That would have an awkward conversation in the future.
I mean, Rab just had to set the story straight about what he was looking for, I guess. So.
Oh, that means you didn't get our joke from we fought Dark Shadow. Man,
No, probably not.
things we go for your campaigns, Eric. Wasted jokes.
I know, it's so bad. You know, even the waitress at the cafe who watches our streams, she said on Saturday, it's funny because there's just some things you can't unhear. And I'm like, I don't know what you're referring to, but I agree. Okay, so Calum and his well, I guess babysitter really at this point. Uh
It's accurate.
you are working on a spell.
How much is Yandere interrupting with questions about this?
The whole time. It's simply like when you anytime you go over and put another like area on the circle, anytime you like do something and go like and then you jot something down, anytime Maylor chimes in and just starts speaking in like some random like algebraic equation, like all that was like what is that supposed to mean?
So, at first, Caleb would entertain the idea of answering the questions wholeheartedly. Does Yandere pick up on it, or does it just go right over his head?
Oh no, Yandere is very insightful.
Okay, then he would continue actually trying to educate. If he was going to go right over his head,
how do you explain to him the spell that you're trying to create?
In simple terms, it would be a mass hold with some alternative effects.
A mass hold?
Yes, it would be a spell of mass hold person or hold monster.
So you're trying to stop multiple monsters.
Yes, it's I am generally not great at causing damage to individuals, and that's not really what I do. But something that I'm trying to do is try and create opportunities for other people, such as Izal, Kalmak, or Volred, to get an advantage in their different scenarios. So the spell I'm currently working on is to try and stop a group of people or a couple of individuals from being able to attack us.
But aren't there other ways of doing that, or are you just trying to cut the middleman?
There are some ways, but one of the things that I was told when I found out that I was a child of Mana is that the way to help that flourish is to create things. So I'm taking something that I know and trying to alter it in my path to learn how to create things. And once I get something successful, I can go from there and try and create completely different things instead of just taking something and altering it. It's a step into the creation that I want to try and do.
So why are you trying to do this so quickly?
It's not that I'm trying to do it quickly. It's just when I have an idea and I don't have anything pressing on the outside of things right now. Because right now we are more at a standstill. We aren't going towards something right now. We're more waiting. I'm taking advantage of this time to work on it in an expedited manner. But once we start doing things that require my full attention, this will go back on the back line for a while until I have more time.
And you have 3 spells that you're working on now. This is the only one of like a new creation, though.
The other spells are more things that are theory. I'm not actually writing them down or working on them. They're just thoughts that I want to get out, like the creation of Malor's body. That's something that we have thought about. We haven't theorized or even written anything down. It's just a plan for later on.
But you're also losing sleep over this.
Yes. Go
To
ahead.
be quite fair, you're human. You don't live very long. So I've come to know that sleep is imperative for your race to make sure that you do maintain a long livelihood. So you're cutting your lifespan short trying to make this spell.
On the counter argument, I don't live very long. So I have to spend it wisely, rushing to things I actually have time to do.
But shouldn't
Now, I do understand I have lost some sleep recently, but it's not something I do on a repetitive basis.
Well, how long is repetitive for you? 1, 2 nights, 3 nights, a week?
I only I only didn't sleep that much for about 2 or 3 nights, and then since then I've gotten like we just went. I could have worked on stuff. Instead, I slept. And then before that, I only did it for about 3 nights. And before that, I slept through the night.
Hmm. And how's your dates with Morgan?
We've had one, and it went really well. And thank you for the flower. She really enjoyed it.
Good. So what are you doing for your next date?
I don't know yet.
Listen, Izal spends all of her time, well, free time with Frigga, and you spend, quite frankly, mere seconds with Morgan, based off of
Well, she also is capable of going to go see her on a daily basis, whereas I am restricted to being able to go see her only whenever I use a ritual to go and see her physically.
Don't you do the rituals all the time?
No?
Can you do the rituals all the time?
Yes, but when I do them, I am in a state of incredible vulnerability. And with everything going on recently, I've only really ever done these things when everybody is together for long periods of time.
So why don't you go see her now?
I could?
Listen,
Are you going to be around me at the current moment? Or are you going to go get back to your room?
I will let you know that I understand virtually nothing of what you've told me in the last hour that we've been here. This stuff still looks like scribbles to me, but I understand at least a little bit better of what's going on. So I don't mind babysitting your body for a little bit while you go and spend time doing something you enjoy. Or someone.
At that admonition, Caleb will be taken aback. Not used to that level of not like not dedication, but upfrontness. And he'll say, "Thank you. Thank you very much." And he'll start preparing everything, and he'll say, "I think I will do that."
Good. I am just going to look around at all of this stuff and see what exactly is flammable and what is not.
The house.
Um, I hope you are joking.
Partially. I don't have any intentions of burning anything right now, but should something go awry, I don't want your work to be taken into somebody else's hands.
Fair point. I am okay with that.
And besides, Maylor probably remembers most of this work anyway, right?
I'll look over to Maylor for confirmation.
I mean, I'll point out that I am mostly a manifestation of your own mind and the personality, but yes, I can remember most of this.
So good, you have a failsafe. But don't worry, when you come back, I will have not set anything on fire.
I appreciate that. And if you do need to set things on fire just in case, please remove me from the room.
Oh, well, I would hope that that's the case. You wouldn't be here, but I understand. Well, off to your date.
So I will message Eric because I have to now come up with another date idea. Thank you very much, Sean.
Well, if that's the case, then why don't we go ahead and take our break just under 20 minutes early?
Yeah.
Because we're approaching that 9 o'clock hour anyway. Yeah. And so, yeah. Hey, guys. Thanks for waiting through that episode and now date episode. Date night. So, yes, 15 minutes, Jace.
15 minutes break time.
Break. speaking Goblin. You were trying to speak Goblin.
I'm not fluent.
Failed go.
That's okay. No one takes Goblin as their language.
Next campaign. Whole party of goblin speakers.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It'll be
alright.
second common. It'll be the new second common.
The new second
Just
common.
so we can
All
speak
right.
in Spanish. And
Okay. All right. Yeah, sure. Hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. Caleb, you were setting up a last-minute dinner date, with your girlfriend, the goddess of secrets, and well, secrets taken to the grave.
is it a surprise date? 'Cause I don't think that's going to work.
Well, I mean, she's a goddess, so chances are, you know. But see, that's another thing Caleb's got to remember. He can't like fuck around and cheat on her because she's gonna know it. There's no hiding it.
But that's not what Caleb would do anyways.
That's true.
Why are you lying to me? I'm not lying to you. You are lying to me. I'm just,
But that also means you can't break up with her because
She's-
if your pissed off ex is a goddess,
She's also a goddess of secrets taken to the grave, so
yeah,
there is no breaking
that
up
pillow
with her. is what
talk
we're
better
saying.
remain pillow talk. Okay, so what is the ritual that you prepare?
Breakfast.
I'm doing the normal ritual that I do to meet up with her, but
Okay,
I-
I just didn't know if you were doing candles or wine or whatever else.
It's called breakfast.
no,
at
as this is a
Tiffany's.
spur of the moment, I won't have anything planned.
Okay, fair enough.
And like I still don't really have anything planned, but I will figure it out, and when I do, we can discuss it.
Fair enough. So you cast the ritual. You feel your consciousness recede. You feel yourself going to her. And as you become aware, you pass through fog and find yourself in an opulent chamber. Dark, almost kind of like black marble, in kind of a large circular area. Fluted columns holding up a domed roof. Towards the outside, you can see through some leaded windows what looks like early morning light of the distant horizon just starting to turn colors of pale blue. You can hear a little bit of wind whip through the room, kind of rustling along some pale blue flowers that just kind of skirt along the floor. And as you finish kind of turning around in the space, you see fair-skinned, raven black hair, piercing blue eyes, and a somewhat sheer, long, thin nightgown. Morgren, one of the goddesses of death.
Well, don't you look stunning today?
That is precisely what I wanted to hear.
I'm here to have a continuation of our previous date. As now that we have time to actually settle down, and I don't want to rush things, so I want to continue what we started.
Understood. Though, from a certain frame of reference, we have eternity. Now,
That is true.
no doubt you and your compatriots have been through a little bit recently, so might as well stay here for a time and release some stress.
I will start heading towards her and say, definitely, let's release some stress.
Very well. I suppose this might be the first time you've been to my palace. I'll show you a bit more of the grounds. First, the garden, and then a few more private chambers.
And I'll tell her to lead the way.
Okay. So, Yandere, are you in the room?
Well, yeah, I'm in the room where he did the ritual.
Okay. So, there's a little bit of silence. And then you start seeing a little bit of movement. It's like, okay, alright. And then you start hearing some noises. Not entirely sure what they are. They're a bit muted.
Wait, he's okay. Hold on, I don't understand the premise of this ritual. Is when he does the ritual, he basically has an out of body experience when going to speak.
He is astral projecting right now.
Okay, so like I'm not anywhere in the same plane as this person, but you're explaining sounds and noises.
His
How am
body's
I-
making noises.
Yeah. Like he's having a very nice dream.
Or he's being murdered.
Or at least
You should
starting
wake him
to.
up.
Basically, we'll just be like, oh, maybe I should read a book. Yes, read a book.
Man, Caleb is sweating.
Silent spell.
Oh, I'm not casting silence, because then if you like get hurt, then what am I gonna do? I won't know because I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, and Maylor's just kind of looking around and going, well, he's not technically unconscious.
Vacate.
I'm going to go keep a lookout. And you see him just kind of phase through the wall. Yes, so, a long couple minutes for you, Yandere. Much longer than that for you, Caleb. You return to consciousness, feeling very relaxed. But now your body's feeling a little sore because you've kind of kept this posture for a little bit. You're like, okay. And you find yourself, Maylor, missing from the room, in Yandere reading either something of his own or through something of yours.
Dear diary.
Today, I thought about killing Yandere.
Whose diary is it? That's the question.
Caleb.
Maylor's diary.
Yeah, but you gotta write it
Maylor
for
doesn't
him.
have... Oh,
No,
well,
he has access
yeah,
to Mage Hand.
I suppose that's true. I was just sitting there saying, because technically his diary is your spell book.
Today we discovered what could only be described as a Florida man.
So you're flipping through like his spell book, and it's like, oh, spell, and then flipping over, and then in the margin, he's like, I really want to kill this person. He's like, what?
Fuck you, Craig. He knows Craig too.
Getting out, I will look around. Won't really think about the fact that Maylor's gone, because normally in my head, when I go unconscious, he disappears and I have to pull him back out. So I'll see Yandere reading, and I will look over to him. And what are you over there reading?
Your spell book.
Oh. Oh, I set it on the tape. Right.
This
Okay.
spell says disintegrate cleric. Why do you have that?
Yeah, there's a lot of methods and plans of getting rid of healers and clerics in here, and I'm confused.
It's just Fireball
Well-
that's been renamed 37 times.
I would say that if Caleb had Fireball. Anyways. Yeah, it's a fair strategy when we do plan on going up against somebody with healers.
Yes, but this particular paragraph says Elven Cleric.
Oh, I'm going to summon Malor and try and summon him and realize he's still around.
Yep.
And
But
I'm going to
that
telepathically reach out to him. Hey, where you at?
yes, I just felt your summons. I'm on my way. I was spending some time out in the garden and, well, trying to give you some privacy.
And I will, once he gets in there, it's like, yeah, you can attribute that to him.
What am I being blamed for?
Are you trying to kill me?
No, no, no. Whatever gave you that idea?
Um, how to disintegrate an Elven Cleric.
Oh, that was just a bit of a side project. It's let's see how best to explain. Well, if you ever turn evil, because you have a whole thing with a god of death as well, then I would need to know, the party specifically would need to know how to neutralize you, because you are very hardy. Um, I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
So you wrote it in Calum's spell book instead of like on another parchment that other people could read?
Well, Calum uses up an awful lot of parchment. Also, I only have access to Mage Hand when Calum allows it. And, well, normally he's busy doing other things. So... But look at it this way. If we go through all of the possible scenarios wherein I could disintegrate you, then we could also come up with counter actions to protect you. It's called science.
I'll look over at Calum. You know this means I don't trust him any more than I did before, right?
So, quick question. How many times have you said something about killing him?
I've never said anything about killing him.
Getting
I-
rid of him.
Was questioning your capabilities on whether or not you can handle him and what we need to do in that manner.
That's fair.
At no point did I say I was going to kill him.
That is fair. But given the context of you questioning him, it only is fair that he also think of ways to do the same to you if something happens.
Are you defending him right now?
Well, yes.
Huh. Interesting. I'll remember that next time you do a ritual and your body lays defenseless.
You know, Caleb, it seems that this is an opportune time for us to have a bit of a conversation. Because obviously, Master Yandere and I have had a antagonistic relationship, at worst, uneasy at best. And I have to be quite curious why someone who seems to enjoy spending time with spirits so often, he finds me so unnerving.
The spirits I spend time with have come under some form of contract that I understand. There's not a lot of secrecy behind what I do and the spirits that I handle, versus the secrecy between you and Calum and the information that's not so easily given to the rest of the party.
Well, true. I could understand that. However, I am not entirely certain that you have ever informed the party how it is you've managed to create contracts with these spirits, what those contracts entail. How do I know that the individuals you allow to actually possess your body are not homicidal sociopaths?
Have you asked?
Well, no, because I have been respecting your privacy.
But
But in this, you've asked me whether or not I intend to murder anyone.
well, yes, and I've asked Caleb how he plans to handle that.
Indeed. I am only saying that I find it curious that your justification for having this sort of skepticism of me is that we have not been transparent, when I feel that Caleb has been more transparent about his relationship with me than you have been with your other compatriots.
And again, it simply goes back to the matter of, have you asked? I've asked on quite a number of occasions about how your contract works, how you deal in manners, what your intentions are, how you plan to move forward, what your future plans are, and how they affect the party. And not every time have I gotten an answer, none of which has ever been returned. None of you have asked me simply, how did I get my contracts? You've only asked the name of the people in which I've contracted. You have almost free reign to talk to Reggie at any given point in time, I'm assuming, because he can see you and you can see him. So
I actually can't see Reggie.
Oh, well then maybe I was misinformed. But
understandably, I'm not actually a ghost.
Yeah, a spirit of some sort, right? An entity, a
manifestation is a
Elam's mind. But you were in a book that, I guess, I still don't understand exactly how you came about. You exist in the book. You are the manifestation of a spirit that used to live a long time ago that has knowledge of magic, yet you are a manifestation of Caleb's mind. I'm not really putting the two pieces together. So maybe if you explain that in greater detail, I might not have such a hesitancy to deal with you.
Fine. Caleb, get some wine.
Yes, Caleb, get some wine.
Okay. Caleb goes,
can have a conversation.
Gets wines in cups.
Guys,
Goes, sets it down.
Volred
I think it
looks different.
I think it's funny that the person who can't drink asked to get some.
I know. And you know what? As soon as you start pouring the wine, it's going to be like,
shit!
I didn't think this one through.
Caleb, drink. You're an extension of my mind. Drink for me.
Okay.
So yeah, I will go get the wine. And is all going to get back while I'm going to go get the wine, or is she going to come to my room?
Timing's about right.
The question
Okay.
is Volred, would Volred like to wait for the lips to wear off, or does he also want to hear the opinion of everyone else? So we had a little bit of a brunch.
Yeah, are my lips still there when we get back, Eric? That's up to you.
If you want them to be.
Okay. Yes.
All right.
Yep.
We're back.
Caleb.
Is everyone dead?
The sound of Izal and presumably Volred returning, and Kelmac. Can't forget Kelmac. Yep. You ascend the cellar servant stairs with wine.
Oh shit, Volred! I think we talked about Kelmac directly in front of him.
He wasn't.
He was wandering off.
He wasn't even listening.
He was disassociated.
He was disassociated. I think that's what we realized. It's a big issue.
He was talking to people.
Yeah,
that's just what he does. He
like,
walks around talking.
We blatantly talked about him.
And the funny thing is like for Aaron, right? Because he talks about doing this, and I have sent him like dumps of like, here are all the taverns and stores or something within like a 2 or 3 block radius of your house. So
he knows more about the people outside of our guild, of our group, than he does about our group.
Yeah.
Guys, we're back.
Where's everyone at?
I'm assuming I'm like having an intense conversation with Maylor.
Yeah.
How
You guys are just waiting for Caleb to hurry up and bring up the wine.
Wait, are we drinking? Wait for me.
You know,
I don't.
Caleb's walking up the stairs with the wine, looks at Volred.
I put my finger up to my lips like,
Yandre, let's come downstairs.
what?
And
Why you got wine? Ooh, we drinking? Day drink party.
and then I messaged him to Maylor. Something happened to Volred's face, and we're supposed to be quiet about it. Say that to Yandre.
And as that happens, Melor's going to go, Master Caleb has asked me to inform you before we descend to the lower level that Volred has had some physical deformity that we're not supposed to mention.
So he's interrupting our conversation just to simply say, come look at Volred's face.
I assume, because apparently he's not coming up here with wine. We're supposed to be drinking down there. And from what I can hear, it sounds like now we're having a party. So I'm not really sure where this leaves us off. Or...
I guess we will finish our conversation later.
Very well.
Why are you carrying bottles of wine upstairs, Caleb?
Well, Yandre wanted to have a conversation with Maylor, so we're going to start drinking and relax while we have a conversation.
Cool.
Is it a fun conversation? I don't want to interrupt.
Informative conversation.
That doesn't sound fun.
It sounds boring.
Okay.
You
You
guys
guys-
suck at day drinking.
Azal, would you like some cognac?
Hell yeah, let's go. You have your private conversation. We're gonna go drink in the kitchen.
All right. So whenever that happens, instead.
Yep, they start descending the stairs as...
Kelmack's gonna cut up a
Yeah, I mean-
charcuterie for us.
I start drinking from my flask, and like little bits of it are just kind of like running down like the side of my face.
Okay, Volred, I
Like-
have to tell you this. Functionally, this is not a good look.
No.
It's you're wasting booze, and I cannot stand for that.
Well, it's okay. We got more.
I know, but are you? Let's just see how you feel afterwards. So we abandon your wine party and go have a fun party.
As the participants of that party are descending the stairs.
Oh, y'all sound boring. We're out of here.
Well, you see, my contracts are simply ways to finish out uncompleted deeds in the. Ooh.
Hear that, Volred? They talk about finishing off deeds with other people. We should just go to the kitchen.
I don't finish off deeds with people like that. That sounds like a euphemism.
So, we're drinking down here.
We're going to the kitchen. Y'all can have your boring conversation upstairs if you want.
Is it really boring though?
Well, Maylor is simply asking questions that a lot of people have not asked yet, so he's finding more information, and we're coming to a mutual ground.
It's all. It sounds like they're arguing. This could be interesting.
Could be good. Come back. Let's get a charcuterie going. See y'all in the sitting room.
So now you want to join us?
Well, now it sounds fun.
Yeah, you didn't say there was drama involved.
Yeah, you just did his day drinking. And politics. Suck that.
Since when is day drinking not drama related?
Well, that's just like a setting is day drinking, and what the context is very important. Y'all are having a ghost argument. I'm all for that.
I day drink all the time, and I would never be dramatic.
So yes, let's go to the sitting room and let's start drinking.
Is the sitting
Okay.
room downstairs?
It's on the main level.
Which we
That
are
we're
currently on. Yes.
Great.
So, yeah, you guys go to the sitting room. Very well. So, contracts. I suppose in my case, to start from the beginning, I caster. Not incredible renowned. I was okay for my time, I'd have to say. Um, and then, due to an unfortunate circumstance, I found my consciousness within the book. I'm not entirely certain whether what lies within the book can be qualified as a soul, but it does seem to be some sort of sapience. Now, Master Calum, through some form of magic, is able to manifest that sapience as a distinct entity from himself, and yet still connected.
So you're a part of Caleb's brain, but not necessarily the original source.
I suppose you could say I am the spectral embodiment of the intelligence that lies within Master Calum's book. It's sort of like you have a sword, right, that speaks to you and has a bit of a personality.
Yes, an evil spirit that resides in the blade.
Now imagine that that evil spirit was somehow able to take a spectral form as a humanoid. It can perceive and speak, but not touch anything. But it would at least give you the ability to talk face to face. Now, obviously, that doesn't stop its intelligence from being bound to the sword. It's just a different interface.
So, like how I see Reggie and Celeste and Salazar.
Yes, except for, at least as far as I understand, those individuals are actually disembodied spirits, ghosts.
Correct.
I do not possess a soul.
And that's what baffles me. So,
Well, your sword doesn't possess a soul either.
I haven't asked it that, but I'm assuming you can confirm that.
I am a spectral entity that is soulless.
So you're essentially just a projection.
Harsh, but accurate.
I didn't mean it in a harsh manner, but my apologies if it offended you.
Well, I suppose. But it does raise a certain question where I'm not entirely certain whether I'm actually offended, or if it's my intelligence that is telling me that I should be offended, and therefore just reacting according to that intelligence. I don't know either. I try not to think about it because it could very easily get into existential crisis territory.
Okay. So, without a soul, how do you intend to possess a body? Not Caleb's body. I understand that that is the impasse that we're working past here. But Caleb has mentioned multiple times that he is trying to figure out a way to give you a body to be able to utilize. But if you have no soul, no spirit, no tangibility, how would you, without use of a better word, possess a body?
It's a very good question. As far as Caleb and I have been able to ascertain at this particular time, and this is part of the reason why we spent so much effort in studying constructs, as constructs seem to possess some form of intelligence, but often don't possess souls themselves. So perhaps there would be a way for me to plant my intelligence in some sort of mechanical apparatus.
like somehow downloading your consciousness into a body.
Indeed. As well, I've been dead far too long for resurrection to be an option.
Have you?
I've been dead nearly 300 years.
Well, 300 years is not very long in Eldrin time.
Well, it's not very long for elven time either. I once spent an entire year vacationing on an island in the burning sea. Qualolatos is a beautiful place. Uh, Mostly I sat around and fished and, well, spent time with the local women, but I was much younger then.
And not dead.
Well, yes.
Okay. I feel like I have somewhat of an understanding of you. It doesn't fully dissuade my hesitation, but I guess I can give you more credit than what I've been.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. Now, I have perhaps a separate inquiry. Obviously, we still have to discuss how it is you manage to make contracts, how that even works. But also, you have demonstrated an ability to return the dead to life. Is there some reason you have not done so for your compatriots?
Some of which is simply I don't have the body to return it. Some of them are which of I owe them the capability of being freed in a different plane. Some of them don't want to come back to life. Really, all of them don't want to come back to life. They just simply want to be free of any mortal coils and or issues that they had to deal with in the mortal plane. Unresolved issues, essentially.
I see. And they're not angry that you seem to prioritize other issues over those oaths?
Not all of them. We've grown attached. It's as if they're not just contracts to me, they're my friends.
They're
They're,
your ghost bros.
sure, we could say that. Um, they have made it a point to set aside some of their goals to help me achieve mine. And now that I've achieved it, it's my duty to shore up on our contracts.
I think that might be quite interesting considering they seem to be able to possess you to some extent. Curious whether or not they're capable of doing the same for anyone else. And what would happen to your power when they are no longer with you?
That is something that I haven't explored 100% myself. See, I've always been able to change seasons. Part of my contract simply was to allow them to utilize the body once I change seasons. They take on that season in that form and utilize my body to benefit the host and move on. I'm assuming that once I have completed my contracts, I'll still have access to those seasons, but I won't have access to their personalities, their intel, their insight. It's just as if I would be a remembrance of them. Or at least that's how I'll hold it.
Are any of them close to fulfilling their contract, so to speak?
Technically, Yes, Celeste is not super far off from completing their contract. Reggie, I feel, will probably be with me for a little while. And then Sal has no interest in completing his contract just yet. He still finds enjoyment in fighting and experiencing the life of battle. So
You gotta find him first.
yeah, which is another thing, and that's why I was like, to be fair, I haven't been able to make contact with Sal since um, Queen Maeve removed him from me.
I certainly hope that doesn't mean we have to return to the realm of winter, because that place sucked.
You won't. Now, I will say, I have every intention of going back to the Feywild. I don't intend to stay here in the Prime forever. Um, I have people I love and care about still there, and to be fair, I haven't been able to see my loved ones like you guys have. So I intend to go back at some point or another. And with the Lord of the Hunt there, I imagine that I'll have at least a little bit of an easier passage through the land of winter to find Sal if that's where I need to go.
But
Is
I
there
do not
anything-
envy you that task.
And is there anything that we could do to try and help you get Sal back?
That I don't know. I won't know until I know where he is or have some type of understanding of where he was casted out to. So, unless you're able to find a spirit that I don't have access to, I don't know.
And with him being a spirit, were you able to cast the message spell to him?
I believe I tried that whenever he was first cast out, and I wasn't able to make a connection. I haven't tried it since. It's almost as if like a hope lost kind of thing.
Why don't you just ask a god to figure out where the soul is?
Well, Sal, I could. I was going to ask the Lord of the Hunt because he was cast out in the Feywild and the different planes kind of would probably make things difficult. So I figured to ask an Archfey in the Feywild to help me locate the soul and spirit of Sal. I didn't think to ask any gods here.
I would also point out, in case Calum has forgotten, as Yandre probably would not have. But there are archfey from each of the 4 lands that are revered as gods in the Akari pantheon. Remember, you guys went and spoke to Izir, the goddess of winter, which turned out to be Kyone, the snow maiden, in the realm of winter.
So it's like,
So-
we talk to gods a lot. Like, I'm pretty sure we can find one out of everybody. We could find somebody. Like,
We could try and reach out to gods who are might have
multi-planar.
who might have ties to the Feywild. I know of a couple of them, but I don't know them very well, so getting to speak to them might be a touchy issue. It's one thing to have a deity familiar with you, going to go see them. It's another to just show up on somebody's doorstep. I could try it, but I don't know how.
I mean, I wouldn't mind trying, but I guess it's as good as anything else. Mm, I'm willing to try.
Um, which DM? Which you said there was 4 deities that I know of.
Yeah, there are the seasonal deities. Um, they are lesser gods in the Akari pantheon, but they're the gods that represent the 4 seasons. Um, so those would be Raylos. Uh, actually, I have. Do you still have the list?
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah, because they should be listed on there. Of course, every time I pop in here, I have to re-log in. Yeah. So in the lesser deities, Raylos is the god of spring, Rioe the goddess of summer, Ilii the god of autumn, and Azir the goddess of winter.
Okay, and we were in winter whenever he got cast out.
Correct.
Yes,
So,
and
and
you
we've already
had
spoken
met.
to his ear.
Yes, she was known as Kyone the Snow Maiden, uh, one of Mab's upper lieutenants. In winter.
I don't remember. How was her demeanor towards us whenever I did speak to her last?
Um,
She told us to go kill ourselves. She essentially told us to go to a place where we were going to get killed.
yeah. Um, yeah. She's definitely. Yeah, you get the sense it's kind of weird. Like if you were just a regular Akari person, her vestige might have been different. Uh, with you, but
Yeah.
since obviously you guys were leaning into the Fey realm, you guys kind of dealt with that aspect of her rather than her Akari vestige. So who knows which version of her you might get if you
Okay,
commune.
so considering she's a god, there's different aspects of her, so I could get a different aspect since I am getting her from the Akari realm. Um, then yeah, I we spoke to Azir, the goddess of winter, and I believe she still might be the best bet. Um, I could bring you in with me, and you can have a conversation with her, as I think you would be the best to know how to describe this individual and try and get some form of help.
Sure. Is this something you're wanting to achieve now?
We can do it. We can do it whenever you want to. If there's some preparations you want, or we could do it tonight before we go to bed. We can do it at any time.
Didn't we like teleport and do a bunch of dumb shit today already?
We can do a bunch of dumb shit.
Caleb has not hit his dumb shit quotient
Okay.
yet.
We got room for dumb shit. All right.
I've done shit today.
You look great.
Are they getting any smaller?
I don't think that's how it works. There's like an instant thing. Have you tried to eat these chips?
No, should I?
You gotta try all kinds of food, textures and things. Is it numb?
Yeah.
Can you feel your lips, or is it just...
No, I can feel my lips okay. It's just, I feel like by now I should be better at talking, but it's just so weird.
Is it because you're not talking enough? I mean, there are long periods of time where we're just kind of hanging around.
Oh, that's true. I don't know. Here, hand me the chips.
Alright.
I wish I had crunchy sound effects, but they're like getting kind of like, you know, when you take like a Pringles and just kind of like,
The duck lips.
yeah, like I'm slowly putting them on, and it's the lips are kind of like breaking it apart before it like gets to the teeth. Does this look any better?
It's not really about the looks in that part. It's really about the function. Can you even eat effectively?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it might be.
It's just like
It might
an
be a little
only hors
messy.
d'oeuvre kind of look. Like only things that are smaller than this much.
I could see this being good to like control one's diet, but
Like
I don't need that.
how big can you smile with your lips like that?
How's this?
Does that hurt?
Does it look like it hurts?
Yes. It looks like you're in a lot of pain.
I don't think I'll be buying that.
I just don't think the lip thing was a good idea.
Yes, but at least I tried.
Yes. It's temporary instead of finding like a surgeon in a back alley.
Maybe you should try something with that braid.
I like my braid.
Yeah, but I think that whatever her name is, Jennifer, she might have been right.
Well, she wanted to use a magic ointment to change my hair temporarily. That seems like someone who's just trying to push a product.
Well, yeah, but you asked her
I
for
wanted
feedback.
to tell me what my worst thing is, and she immediately went for the hair. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I would go with personality usually.
Your personality is sufficient.
Sometimes it's all you need.
I mean, maybe try 2 braids.
I can't do 2 braids.
I look around to the rest of the room, and I'm like, oh, I think we interrupted their conversation.
I forgot what you were talking about before we went on a tangent.
Uh, Something about finding Saul.
One of the gods you're going to reach out to, the one that hates you?
My only question, I suppose I would say I have remaining is the manner in which Yogre seems to be bound. Is there an actual contract? And if so, how does that contract manifest?
We gotta hold hands in a circle.
That technically wasn't a true case or contract. Just more a declaration of friendship.
A mutual understanding.
Correct. As for the binding of spirits, they are bound to me in some form of item. I hold Reggie in the censer that I carry. Well, I hold his contract in the censer that I carry. The letter that I have is where Celeste resides, or at least their contract does. And Sal, well, Sal's an appendant.
Ah, well, see, that was the big part, because I was kind of curious how it is they managed to continue to travel along with us when we go through dimensions, because normally that's not something ghosts would do based on a friendship contract.
No, not likely at all. But
I would say, though, Caleb, that might be some very useful magic to learn.
Yeah. If it's something we could do.
anchor a contracted soul to you in another dimension, then pull it with you. That way you can resurrect them on a different plane?
What?
Sorry, I was... had a lot of backed up information from talking about lips.
I don't see how that correlates, but okay.
Sometimes the thoughts just go.
So, I think we should probably wait before we attempt to reach out. I need to make some preparations, and I think Reggie has some additional information that we can pull from. Sal wasn't super religious, but he did have some conversations, and maybe Reggie can recall what god he worshipped.
Is that true, Reggie?
Reggie's just like, I talk to all of the spirits, and Yandra doesn't really necessarily get the opportunity to speak long term with everyone.
They gotta get through like the first layer before they can talk to the head.
Essentially,
Yeah.
kind of like a guardian of sorts. You're the only person that can hear this, so that's like, besides Yandere.
I'm just like,
So
yeah,
it's
that's
just
a good idea.
While he's talking, because Caleb wouldn't realize that somebody else is talking, is there anything that we could do to try and help further these contracts along if you want help?
Well, first I would need to get Sal back.
That's fair.
We could.
Reggie is more reconnecting with some lost entities, whereas Celeste is simply, I just have to return to the realm of summer, and then Celeste is free to go.
Azal, did Yandre just say titties?
Yep.
Oh. That's funny.
This dip is really good for it. Come back.
Yeah.
Can we get more of this dip?
And more salami.
Okay.
So if you want to help speed up one of the contracts, I just simply need to go to the realm of summer in the Fae.
Summer.
Is that like an easy trip or horrifying?
Yes, summer. Celeste is happy-go-lucky. Technically, you would think they belong in autumn, but there's no. That space was taken, and they want to retire out somewhere where it's always sunny and joyous and full of life and someplace where the sun doesn't set.
All right. Forgive me, is not the realm of summer the domain of Queen Titania?
It is.
I see. I've never been there, of course, but from what I understand, is it serves as the most common backdrop for stories among the Feywild. It is among the most unpredictable of the main four realms.
Yes, and it's where the court of Fae and Flowers tends to reside. So, yes.
Well, interesting. Well, I suppose if we must return to the realm of autumn at some point, then it should be just a hop, skip, and a jump over to summer.
Should be, now that I'm no longer being hunted. At least to my knowledge.
Do we have like a map of the Fae? Because we've been there like 4 or 5 times, and I have no idea what goes on over there.
You ask that question every time, but you don't remember. Um, the Fae isn't something you can simply map out. It moves, it wanes, it's full of magical energy and chaotic at best. So,
What about?
you,
And I pull out my little book and flip through it. What about this shop that keeps teleporting everywhere? Like, could you just teleport to a safe location that you think this might be, get in the shop, and just kind of hop around to different locations, or is it only in the Autumn Court?
well, are you asking of Ben's shop?
No, this one.
Or
The one
The
with
shifting market.
the market, not the shop. The market.
Market, yeah.
Well, yes, it shifts to all random places, though. It's not necessarily a stable location. Just because it's in the same city doesn't necessarily mean that it's in the same spot, if that makes sense.
Do we know how to get to the Summer Court? Or Realm of Summer?
Well, I've never personally been there, but there are ways of going to each realm through the Fae. I mean, they're all interconnected in some way or shape or form. We can simply speak to one of the Archfey. Well, not simply, but you could speak to one of the Archfey and see if you can gain transport between realm to realm. There are ships that transport goods and services between realm and realm. I mean, there's a multitude of ways of getting from one realm to the other.
Okay. So, I would guess this is like we have essentially 4 islands, or seasons. And the ocean has varying currents that can make travel just kind of change and change the amount of time it takes to get from place to place based off of the currents.
That's a very juvenile way of putting it, but
Oh, we've taken symbols. Okay.
it's you're asking me to define something that's undefinable.
Relate it to the unrelatable?
Yes. And explain the unexplainable.
Oh, I get it. Just gotta think about it while not thinking about it.
Yes. Feel it, but not necessarily feel it.
Alright, I'm gonna need a concussion and about 4 shots of the strongest alcohol we have.
That's one way to look at it. But yes, Celeste is probably the closest to being done.
What were y'all arguing about? I missed the first part of your guys' conversation. Did y'all solve your problems? We're gonna talk some deities and find bodies for people?
Well, we started off as an argument and it ended as a discussion. But I think Maylor has asked all the questions that he intends to ask so far, unless there's more. And I have somewhat of a better understanding of how Maylor interacts with Caleb.
Yeah, so I would say my curiosity is Satan.
Thank you for asking.
I mean, it's never come up. In all this time. I mean, no one's ever asked you.
I'm gonna be fair. I honestly thought I did because I had a conversation with Sean about it, and I thought it was in character, and I realized now that it was through Discord, and I'm like, ah, shit.
I asked the
Because I've asked
I
about
asked
the contracts and
characters,
everything.
but not about their contracts. I just kind of act like, hey, how do you know each other? And it's like, oh, I guess with Faye.
Because like as soon as like he started asking those questions, I was like, yeah, that's
This is off air. Oh shit.
Yep, so no one has ever asked.
Well, apologies that no one seemed to ask.
All right, We've all hung out for a bit. We've got a few drinks going in us. I'm glad we could all come to an agreement. Now for the real hard questions. What's your opinion on Volred's lips?
Yeah. Why is your lips like that?
Well, we went to a cosmetic shop, and the lady at the counter, I think Stella is her name, has this vial that whatever you rub it on enhances the effects. So it was 500 gold for a vial of 10. I didn't buy anything. This is a sample, and it's supposed to only last for an hour. At least that's what Shirley said. She also insulted Azal, which was sort of mean, but Azal kind of asked for it.
I literally asked for it.
Because, I mean, listen, Azal, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the single braid, but I mean, you could try something.
I can't.
Okay.
Are you going to actually continue with this look? Are you happy with it?
No. So
Okay.
I'm glad I got a non-permanent solution. You know, sometimes life is boring, and you know, you just need to enhance things in the moment just to live a little.
I can see that.
I think the ointment is very intriguing that it can modify specific spots. If we could just figure out how they made it, it could be even more useful. I think they're marketing it wrong. A lot of up costs.
See, I kept my mouth shut when we were talking to Sharon, but I think it could be that they got help from Ben. Don't you think? There's got to be something.
Seems like a controlled randomness, like a lesser effect of a very specific thing.
It looks like a wide bee sting.
It looks like someone punched you in the fucking jaw.
Yeah.
At least it's noticeable.
Yep.
It is very noticeable.
But if we could figure out how they made it, I assume she has this marked up at least 10 to 20%.
Oh, even more. I mean, 500 gold for this?
Especially for that area.
Right.
Question. Eric, based off of my limited knowledge with herbs and things like that, how simple or what type of ointment would be used to cause this, and how much would it cost?
You can think. Obviously, there's magic involved in this. It's not just herbs, but you think you could probably craft something similar. I mean, it is in there as an uncommon item, so that means actual retail value is probably about 250 gold. You could probably about 125 gold, with assuming you got a formula down, is probably all it would take to make.
Yeah, that price, even at 400 gold, I think Sheila's totally tripping. That's way too expensive.
Yeah, just based off my knowledge alone, I think 500 is probably about 70% over, at least. So,
do math.
Well, yeah, I could do a lot of math. It's based off of the spells I use tend to have a lot of math in them.
Geometry.
Arcane geometry.
It's arcane algebra.
Oh, that's the worst. Don't bring that in. Why are there letters involved in this shit?
Arcane statistics.
He has always been talking about circles, right? So
That's geometry.
Exactly.
You said the other word.
Pretty soon he'll graduate to arcane
I was
calculus.
gonna say that.
But in terms of being able to make such a thing, I could probably make you some of that ointment, but it's going to take me a couple tries to figure it out.
Oh. I
If
mean,
that's
if you
truly
will-
something you want.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's something I want, but I'd be a fool to give up a free item.
Oh, it wouldn't be free. It'd cost you.
I mean, that's the Boral
'Cause you-
way.
Well,
you
you
would
just
be
get
the
rid of
one
it.
paying for the research and development of the ointment.
Oh, well then I'd pass.
Okay.
What if we like bought us another vial of it and had that as like a standard? We could try to break it down, or we report them for peddling things that can affect you in an unregulated way.
Well,
Or
here's
steal
the
it.
thing.
That's another option. I like these 3 options. All very viable.
The options that get the ointment in my hand, I can replicate. That wouldn't be an issue. But you would still need to cough up the price of actually creating the item. Because it wouldn't be free for me to create. However you do that, don't tell me.
Or we could just like steal a vial and get free 10 uses.
But then the
Oh, Volrid, you're super hot. You could hit on whoever's making it for him.
That's true. That is true.
We got like 4 solid plans
For something that I probably won't use.
This campaign will never end.
It's nothing but side stories. We're in our filler arc right now.
Yeah, we're gonna hit that point. It's like, hey guys, it's an okay show, but right around like episode 130, you got about 70 episodes of filler.
Our filler
And
arcs
then
are the
it
best
ends.
arcs. You get the robot Naruto in here.
that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
He's referring to an actual episode.
I know. It's like mid 200s, I think.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Okay.
So
we are all against Big Lip Volrid.
agreed.
Even Volrid. It was worth a shot though.
It was.
What if you put less? Well, it's the same amount either way. But if you had less volume,
Ooh,
slightly
what
more. I think you went too much.
Yeah. I think slightly more is still like attainable without looking too weird.
I think you did the go big or go home method, and you should have stayed home.
Yeah. Well, on a positive note, Caleb, Azal and I were discussing that the Shaded Cavale may not even know what I look like anymore.
Because he's like super hot now, and I mean, who was like
I will
who's the enchanter
say-
dude we just fucking saw today?
Master Flarian.
Like, he didn't recognize him either. He's a master of enchantment.
Yeah, and I will say that it is possible that they would be tracking you via magical means. But if they aren't and they're tracking you by your face alone, it's very possible they won't notice you. But they will notice everybody else, and given the context, you stick out like a sore thumb.
That's true.
I recommended hitting on the Shaded Cavale.
That could work, as nearly everybody we come in contact with has hit on Volred almost immediately after seeing. So something's changed.
His eye color, that weird green
Uh,
haze around it,
That could be something,
the 8-pack,
but it could also be the
chiseled jawline.
potion that was Caleb around whenever he drank the potion? I think he wasn't he?
Mhm.
All right. Or it could also be the potion that he drank that just refined all of his features. That could be a significant portion as to what the sudden uptick of it.
Interesting.
What is our next steps?
Wait to be murdered? I mean, attacked and then murder the thing attacking us?
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I just start talking out loud and invite the Shade of Cavail over, they'll just appear.
I didn't think about it before. Like, after we got attacked by the Shade of Cavail, we did kind of go semi into hiding. But since then, we've been fairly out in the open again. So I would suspect it'd be possibly just trying to find a pattern on us of where we're more likely to be met next. And
If they're trying to find a pattern for us, that's a lost cause.
Yandere can see invisibility, right? DM Eric.
I believe so.
He's the one, because I know one of us can. I'm pretty sure it's Yandere.
Well, I know it's you.
I see ghosts. I don't see invisibility.
Oh yeah, you see into the Athoria. That's what it was.
I forget what I can do these days.
You see
I
portals and
know
everything
if
faint.
anyone sees invisibility.
Someone does.
I can use the
It's-
spell see
it's
invisibility.
Yandere. I know it's Yandere because no one else said they could, so I know it's Yandere. And I know we can see invisibility.
Yeah.
Sean walked away.
Like,
Yes.
I know you guys are invisible to scrying sensors.
That was
you
until
know,
we finished that thing.
you're
We
right.
finished.
Ari took the potion and lets him see invisibility.
That is right. And that's not on his character sheet because no one has told me that he can do that.
So, I would like for Ari to be back so we can ask him. But has
question,
Ari's passive perception seen anything invisible spying on us? Other than when we had the meeting with Lord First in Charge?
We just had somebody
no.
watching us for the past 2 days, and he just hasn't paid attention to
Thought
it.
it was normal.
Yeah, and see invisibility is not a sense I can add.
Yeah.
I forget. Did I give the Understand Languages potion to someone?
I don't think so.
I think you
Because
did.
Kelmac and I didn't get it because we had the thing that was specifically for Sylvan.
Well, no, you had that because that was the latest trip, and you haven't. Nobody distributed any of the potions after that because I went ahead and bought more potions.
I know I gave Sean something. I think it was I don't know.
You know, you should take the Comprehend Languages potion and let that be the thing that kills you.
I would love that, but that's not something I need because I have a spell for it.
Because think about how comprehend languages would mean, and your ability to sense fey things and portals. You'd be able to understand every passive bits of information that come towards your body as a language, and your brain would just explode.
I could.
I wonder if he should just get the observant feat now.
He'd die. He would just die. He hears all, sees all, understands all, but his brain did not catch up and just melts into you. That's why you don't take all those potions. It does this. This is your brain on potions. It's Jello that's been microwaved. Has Ari's Yandere seen anything invisible lately?
Not worth calling out. You might see some invisibility stuff like other adventurers doing it while he's walking the street, but nothing that seems to be focused on any of you.
Or most of these focus on scrying sensors. Because his passive perception and invisibility should be able to see the obvious trick.
Yeah, passive perception 25.
And the Shade of Cavail would not know that we have the ability to see invisibility either, because it happens to say. Hi, Ari.
Yeah. So Yandre's dead. That's where we're at.
All right, let's just start stabbing him until he resurrects himself. There's a negative threshold. Once you get past that negative threshold, he comes back to life. It's like multiplying by 2 negatives gives you a positive.
Just double checking,
Phoenix
Andre, you do have see invisibility, correct?
Yeah, it's built into my character now because I took that potion.
Just making sure that we were correct in that assumption.
I was right. And that no one can comprehend all languages.
Yeah, because he still has that potion.
Until...
So why did that come up?
I was curious. Isal asked if anyone, because we had seen invisible stuff before, it's like, because Yandere sees invisible as he goes, like if Yandere had seen any sensors watching us because we got into the Shady Camille conversation.
Oh,
They were also curious if there were any other potions they could feed Volred to see if he explodes.
The comprehend languages one might do it. Because the concept of understanding all languages while being able to understand all things around you seems hilarious.
But just understanding all things around me is Feywild, right?
Right, but you'd be able to literally hear the language of the Feywild in your brain.
If it's interpreted that way.
There's a
But yes.
superhero whose ability is to, they're called Cipher. They can understand all language, including how computers speak to each other.
Oh, God.
I don't know if Calem's trying to become a god or not, but Volred's catching up.
If he doesn't die first. It's a race to godhood or death. Who will win?
Well, it's been a while since any of the PCs in my game have become gods, so it tracks.
Meanwhile,
I could make a demigod.
Andre and Izal is like, they're suicidal. Just across the board.
I still have never had a PC become a god.
That's true. That's because your PC is still alive.
Out of
That
spite,
has been mentioned in this game.
out of spite and racism.
But that's the crazy thing. Serpentine is still alive. He is quite literally the only person in the Prime material who was alive during the Third Age who is still alive in the Sixth Age.
The oldest character, officially. Second
Yes.
oldest, Kelder.
Kelder's dead.
Well, he was alive
Well-
for a period of time.
Yeah. But think about that. Like, The
You
Lorenos
hate a lot of
dynasty
stuff. You just hate
has
so
had
much.
the same king for over 3,000 years.
They combat inflation through communism. You do not know about the outside world, so you cannot assess our prices.
I don't need to. I run a self-sustaining kingdom.
Sounds a lot like North Korea.
Except for people do go in there and they train and they learn and then they come back out.
I mean, Dennis Rodman went there. He seemed fine and came back, and so did Trump because he was walking just across the border unprotected.
Are you trying to make...
I'm
My
saying
character-
your character might be a terrorist and a communist. What happens when an elf is around for 4,000 to 5,000 years?
They don't all become communists and terrorists.
Do they? I don't. Let's talk to some. Let's go find Arthur and see his opinion.
That's a
His-
fair thing.
Arthur is not going to be the person to speak about that. He sees the good in everything.
He's the only human probably there.
Bro worked for free.
He loves communism.
Okay, all right. Let's get some back on track here, I guess. So
Episode
we've had the conversation about ghosts. We've had the conversation about lips. Then
I want to go get a BBL. I wanna
Don't
go
have
get a
Eric
BBL.
look shit up again.
Because we all know he hasn't heard that.
It's okay. Rap's been DMing me translations.
He sent you references. Here's the wiki. Okay, so Yandra, you haven't seen anything invisible stalking us lately?
Not that I've noticed. DM, have I seen anything?
No, as stated, you have seen invisible sensors and stuff, but from other casters and stuff as you guys have moved around town. Nothing focused on you, nothing surrounding the house.
No, nothing.
It's like they're not even trying.
Well, they have basically a collar on us now, so they don't have to try.
I mean, like the Shade of Cavail, like we could leave at any point and they'll never be able to know where we are if we go somewhere, say to the Feywild, or anywhere else.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean that makes sense.
Like, have you seen anything since you had the Bob potion that might insinuate that they've been watching us?
No. Nothing that I've noticed.
I look at Kelmac, like, how badly did you fuck up that dude? Speechless.
Come on.
I was talking to Kelmac, and he missed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, come on's like, I don't know. Maybe I killed him.
Don't think that's how mortal throws work. So they're not monitoring us on a magical sense, so they'd have to monitor us on a physical sense then. We haven't been able to see anything. We haven't stayed on this plane for very long, consistently. And no one of the town has noticed anything different based off of what we heard from the captain. Got no leads. Have anyone had a thought about how to take the fight to them?
I mean, I know what they look like, at least the form that they showed me. I don't know if I can send them a message or something.
Oh, just sending hate mail constantly?
I haven't. I've been trying not to think of them too much.
Well, right now it's defensive and reactive. So if we could find a way to find them first and monitor their actions, then we can keep an eye on them at least. Not me though, because I'm only a physical person. Within 5 feet of myself is the danger zone. Anyone else? Caleb?
DM.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know of any rumors or anything of where the followers of Cavail even congregate, or anything to help us lead in a direction to find somebody?
Yeah. I mean, you've heard some statements that you can really only assume to be rumor, really. But there are said to be shrines to many of the dark gods here of the Akari Pantheon. You guys have come across a shrine to an Nerul previously.
Yeah.
Destroyed it.
You desecrated the shrine, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But the followers of the dark gods tend to congregate in remote areas, especially those that are near civilization but offer a degree of privacy. Even better if it's a location where some major event occurred that would be pleasing to their deity. Even better if it's a fane or a fane, a place of magical power. Um, but yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. But even then, the practition and worship of these gods is not considered remotely common.
Because I don't really want to just summon, and try and risk that.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Do it.
Well, I can't take a god one-on-one in his domain.
I mean, I don't know about that. You sound like you just took a god in their own domain just a little bit ago.
You are sweaty, and you had a magic boner.
No one but Maylor and Yandre knows anything about that.
Yes, that's true. But
I'm just saying, Yandre may have just spilled the beans.
No, I didn't say that out loud.
no, I was
The boner
speaking out.
beans.
Boner beans.
He may have just discussed your beans in front of other people.
So I will actually speak out loud, saying, the followers of Cavail tend to have shrines that are a little ways out of the city and generally in places that have a sense of death around them.
Specifically, Cavail, the goddess of slaughter or murder, hate, and anarchy. They would probably build their shrine in some place where those particular feelings are strong.
Yeah.
So,
would I know of a
battlefields?
place nearby that would be accurate to that?
Roll me a history check.
I'm good at that.
Roll higher than an 11.
Natural 20 for a 34. And I didn't even get to roll my advantage.
Roll it just in case.
Yeah, 34.
34. Place nearby. Let's take a look at the map where that might help. Okay. So with that roll, it's hard to tell precisely, but
With literally
places-
the highest roll possible.
I know. But the deal is it's
They're
not
so
like
shady.
It's not something I would actually know. It's just a guess of something nearby.
yeah. You're
Your
guessing at
knowledge
this
of the
point.
area could pinpoint. If I were to start a shady ass cult and keep it in an area, this is where I'd put it.
Yeah. Murder, hate, anarchy.
We've been to some abandoned battlefields.
Yeah.
That's true. You have that would generally be a good idea, but considering it's not just battle, it's up a notch. Place where you might find places in that case
Small hamlets
might be
that have a lot of tragedy and
shrines
murder.
like Gavril. But
Gotcha.
but yeah, slaughter, murder, hate, anarchy. You can probably think of. I mean, no, honestly, I can't think of any places off the top of my head where you would think. You might have to do some research on that.
Okay.
But because the only places you know might not be really strong locations for that.
This is an up
But,
and up edge wizard, not one of those.
But
shitty
you,
wizards.
but you could probably say this. Probably one of the best places you might find something like that is inside of a city, inside or underneath a city. This is probably a goddess who would be revered amongst perhaps politicians or thieves or assassins guilds, any place where a disdain for order manifests, perhaps like a government, where people might want to foment rebellion, or where where life gives way to things such as hatred. So cities would probably be your best bet, which means there's probably at least a handful of such places here in the city where such a thing might take place. Off the top of your head, you might think perhaps the Undercity, because there's lots of thievery and such that goes through there. Yeah, or perhaps in beneath some noble's villa somewhere.
Okay. So, I would say best bet if we really want to try and weed this out is we can go to the Undercity and see if we can scope out some sort of, not to say shrine, it wouldn't really be out in the open, but we can look around and see if we can get some hints as to where one might be in the Undercity, as I feel that would be the easiest way to find such a shrine that they might be congregating to plan what to do next.
So
That is my only advice in this matter.
Caleb, where's the nearest temple to Corollo? Shrine to Corollo. He doesn't have a lot of temples here. Really, anyway. We should build
believe there will be one in the city.
Mhm.
Because we do have several.
There's a shrine really to just about every god in the city.
I know,
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's
really
like,
build up Corollo here.
if that's something you want to do, if that's a project that you want to set out to do, by all means.
I feel like he's real helpful and doesn't get a lot of credit for the shit he does. But where's the shrine I could find nearby? Close, a jaunt away.
Yeah.
But we've been to a shrine to Corollo in this city.
Yes.
Who knows what?
That's where I did the ritual where I actually went to his the library, I think.
Great. I think we should go there and ask Corollo for some help some more. And in exchange, I think we should really spruce up his stuff. He's helped us 3 or 4 times here, and we're not doing anything for him.
Yeah, he's considered a lesser deity in the Ikari pantheon.
Last time we talked, or one of the times we talked to him, he specifically asked "Hey, spread the word if you could," and I don't think anyone said nothing.
Did he actually say that?
That's what I remember from it. But that was a while ago, and I've forgotten things because of Fey magic. But I mean, we're trying to find a pathway to an area secluded from a dark semi-deity, so let's ask the god of pathways and passages for a pathway. Or a way to look, a search, a beacon, a pin on the map, somewhere where we can kind of look for it.
Are you talking about Corollo at this time or Aromakai?
I'm talking about Corollo because I like Corollo. Corollo's cool.
Okay. Because, yeah, Corollo is the god of dreams, fate, and prophecy. Aromakai is the god of portals, threshold, travel, and protection.
Oh, yeah, Aromakai and Corollo. We should really do both of them. They're both good people.
So which one were you actually referring to? Romakai?
He's all got them mixed up.
Okay.
She was in
But yes, you have met both.
in reference
Yes.
to a tenant of Zella. When in doubt, ask a professional.
Then yes, let's go to both of them.
So Aromakai first.
Looking for a secret passage.
And so you're going to go first to the Temple of Aromakai?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Place you guys have not visited before, at least in this city, but you might have visited it before, Caleb, in previous treks through the city. It lies in the Central Trade District, near the temple to Uraka, the goddess of wind, travel, and commerce. Being located on crossroads, it separates the main thoroughfare from the gate to the harbor, to the temple quarter, all the way over to the Moon Gardens. So, there in that crossroads, you find a relatively small temple located along kind of a back alley. But it's got this kind of stucco exterior that's been kind of painted with like a yellow type color. And it has like grating on the windows of like this kind of fine wooden lattice work and marquetry. And as you kind of enter the main sanctum, it's relatively small, but airy and inviting, and it pretty much is just an open area surrounded by this archway that dominates the center of the room. There appears to only be one priest or acolyte in the presence, also wearing robes of this kind of sunflower yellow and brown. As you come in, he just says, "Oh, hello, travelers. Welcome to the Temple of Aromakai, who travels between. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you."
I'll put 10 silver in the alms box.
Thank you. Please, pray however you like. If you require a blessing or prayers, let me know. I'll serve in any way that I can.
How long has it been since I've done the lip stuff?
At this point in time, your lips have deflated.
Cool. I figured.
Are his lips perfectly fine, or are they slightly puffy? Are they like...
Nope, perfectly fine. It was kind of unnerving. You can kind of watch as the lips kind of deflate.
Right when he was getting just used to talking with them, it goes away.
Okay, Caleb, what you doing? Or what is anyone else doing?
Caleb, I'm going to do a quick prayer real quick. If you want to do what you want to do.
Okay.
Right. I'll add a sensor. Incense.
I'm watching this to make sure that nothing goes awry. And when I say nothing goes awry, if they die, I'm making sure that I'm ready to heal them.
My prayer is mostly an apology for getting some deities mixed up. And still appreciating everything that Aromakai has done for us. And gonna put some effort into helping Aromakai get a set temple, not just a shrine. Because I literally got those two mixed up. Like, I thought it was the other one. Oh. I gotta go find a Corollo shrine later and do the exact opposite.
Alright, I will try and find somebody who seems knowledgeable.
The lone acolyte?
Yeah. Okay, so it's only one person.
Again, Romakai is a lesser deity. here. His one of his more popular. I mean, his domains are portals, thresholds, travel, and protection. Most people, when they want travel, will pray to Uraka, the goddess of wind, travel, and commerce. And if they want protection, they'll usually pray to like Edelis or Teres, who are generally seen as war gods. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Then I'll go up to him. How are you doing today, sir, my good sir?
I am doing well, traveler. Is there something I can do to help you?
Yes. I was trying to do some research on a specific group, and I was wondering if you might be able to shed some light or be able to help me look in the right place.
Interesting. Is it a sect of our faith, or what
Not-
exactly is it you're looking for?
Not your faith in particular, but I was wondering if you might be able to help find where the group, the Shades of Cavail, might be congregating.
With that, you see his eyes kind of go wide a little bit and starts kind of looking around.
Yeah, there's nobody else in here.
Grasp his holy symbol a little bit. You've had to run in with the Shades.
Yes, they currently want us off the table. And with our run-ins with them, we've succeeded in staying alive. For the most part. They have gotten the better of us in some aspects, but we are all here still. And they are not known for backing down. So I want to see if there's a way to meet them on their front, on our terms, instead of them constantly coming after us.
Well, I won't lie to you, traveler. As a wayfinder, if you were to ask me the fastest way to get to Avedon or another city, I'd be able to help. Or recommendations on the best places to sleep or eat along your journey.
Yeah.
Pray for safe travel. Perhaps I could help you. This is skill beyond me, but I suppose if the Gatefather wishes, he might be able to elucidate your path. But I will pray for you as best I can. Perhaps, though, you might have a map or some sort of focus that might be able to help him better communicate.
And I will pull out the map that I have of the area.
Yes, something of that nature. Perhaps that would be of benefit. But, I'm sorry, but the best I can do is pray to the Gatefather on your behalf.
Okay. In that case, I think we will try and do some research elsewhere. But I do appreciate your time and thank you for your prayers on our journey.
Indeed. I don't mean to proselytize for another faith, but if that is what you're looking for, perhaps you should see the Temple of Corolla. Uh, there is much you might be able to learn there. Alternatively, perhaps Terry's. He is a god of justice, and perhaps he will take pity on your plight and give you what is needed to see the end of your quest.
Thank you. And we were actually on our way to Corollo after this. But you two are the only ones I thought that might be able to shed some light on this.
I understand. I will, of course, continue to pray on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Then I will step away and wait for Izal to finish her prayer.
My prayers are weird. They kind of go into a ramble, much like most of my conversations. And like the ending part of the prayer also is kind of out loud. It's like, and keep those doors open, and so we don't have to keep knocking. And I just kind of stand up afterwards, like, what? No crazy ghost visions this time, Caleb? All right.
Okay, so you guys are heading to the Temple of Corolla?
Yep.
All right. So, heading westward towards the Temple District, which lies just a little bit east of the Colosseum, near the necropolis. You come to the Temple of Corolla, which most of you are familiar with. Corollo, also being a lesser deity, consists of as a reminder, a similarly small sanctum. This one kind of sunk a little bit into the ground, so like only the top half of the sanctum is present above the ground. The rest lies below, and large pillows fill most of the space around the central altar. And large kind of braziers and censers burning incense fill the space. Everything, you start to feel a little more calm. Not quite sleepy, but this place definitely feels weird. It's kind of like going into, like, Earthbound back in the mall years ago.
Oh, look, hermit crabs. They won't live long. I will put 10 silver into the alms box. Say
Yep.
patronage to it. Put downstairs. I will get down a bit more in a more comfortable state to it, and immediately go into a prayer like trance of trying to just form a communication and just mostly just appreciate Corello from like point A to point B of since the last time of communication.
Okay. And you definitely can kind of feel a degree of relaxation and presence. You're not entirely. Oh my god, Caden's blinking. He pissed off Aromakai.
Why did you cast blink on this situation?
There we go.
Yes, Caleb, you guys have arrived at the Temple of Corolla. Okay, so
And I will do the same thing. Try and find the most knowledgeable individual, depending on if there's just one or multiple.
there are a couple here, and yeah, they're just acolytes, but they are curious what it is they can help you with.
That's of 6 heavily, or a group of 5 heavily skilled people just waltz on in there.
So, what I would do is I will introduce myself.
We've been here before, haven't we?
Yes,
Once.
but it's not always the same people that we see every single time.
Okay.
My name is Caleb, and I was curious if you guys might be able to help us locate some individuals for us.
Yes, I suppose we could see if we could find some answers to your queries.
Would you be able to help me find any gatherings or anything that might be able to assist us in finding the shades of Cavale? And I will say it much quieter and just to the individuals that are next to us, if there are multiple peoples in the area.
Yes, again, kind of making a note, they kind of regard you a little more curiously. Kind of look at the rest of your compatriots. Adventurers.
That is correct.
Well, I can certainly see what I can see, but I'm afraid I may only be able to portend whether or not certain paths you take will be beneficial. I don't know that there are any of the priests here in the city would be powerful enough to give you definite answers.
I can
But
understand that.
but I can certainly perform augury for you.
And is there a way that I might be able to augment your magic with mine to try and better help the situation?
Well, we can certainly see. Perhaps the Lord Corolla would be more willing to answer. But I still will only be given an idea of whether or not you're on the right track. But we can certainly try.
Okay. Thank you.
And he kind of takes you guys kind of off to a space, and he starts preparing a ritual. Specifically the augury ritual. And as he kind of sits here, he's like, very well. He takes a crystal ball, kind of sets it off to the center, and then you see him pull out what look like bones with carved kind of runes on them. He goes, very well. Let's see. What course are you planning to take?
We want to take the fight to them. We want to stop them from coming after us.
Okay. You see him kind of look into the crystal ball, kind of cast the bones. Take a look. Well, would seem that the Lord Carollo, it says this would be a good result, but dangerous. So perhaps it is a difficult trek, but if you are able to complete your task, it will be of great benefit to you and your group.
We're going to look back at the group. And with Augury, there's 3 questions.
There's only one.
Only 1 question.
Yeah.
And I will... well, with the question asked, do you have any advice as to where I can start looking for them? Because that is our biggest hurdle.
I'm praying.
Yeah.
He sits for a moment. I cannot say with any certainty, but perhaps you should look at areas where hatred might fester, which realistically could be just about anywhere. I'm afraid I cannot help you here, my friend. My powers are limited.
I understand that. I appreciate
However,
you.
I will pray for you, and if Master Carollo gives you a vision, please, I will help you in any way I can in interpreting it. And if his lordship should grant me a vision, I will do my best to relay it to you, if I can find you.
Was any of these individuals here last time I did a ritual, and saw me do it?
Nah, that you know of. I mean, you don't remember the names and faces of every acolyte you meet.
Yeah. I just didn't know if it'd be easily recognizable, I should say.
I mean, your ritual seems somewhat close to the augury here, so...
Yeah.
Who can say?
So I will, instead of doing the commune spell, and doing something like that, I will try and do something. I will instead pray for some sort of visitation to try and speak to Corvo. I'm going to ask to see if he might be able to point us in any direction to try and help. And if that doesn't work in future, I will do a commute. But
yeah,
that
does not seem to work.
Didn't know. I'm going to try and do the same commune spell that I did whenever I tried to speak to him before. But instead of going straight there, I would like to try and meet somewhere in the middle and have a conversation instead of getting all the way to his domain like I did last time.
Okay. So were you trying to do a commune or a ritual of ascertainment?
Commune.
Okay.
I know that I did the ritual of ascertainment, which is why I got sent there, but I would like to also be careful in my commune because I'm special.
You are definitely special.
I'm special. Make it work.
So, you cast the communion spell, and you feel the air change. The incense becomes a bit more mellow, and what sound you do hear starts to become muffled, as if being heard through several layers. As you kind of wake at the far end of the hall, where depicted an altar of a statuesque individual with the long flowing robes, holding an orb and a book. Before the altar stands a similar uh, appearance. A somewhat tall and slender figure with a pale complexion, flowing hair, the color of midnight, bearing a great tome bound in silver and black leather, with a crown and a staff. It's been a while, Caden.
Yes, it has. Hopefully, you find this more to your liking than me just invading your space.
You see the god kind of lean back a little bit on his own altar, kind of taking a little bit more of a lounge type position, not fully lounging, but relaxing a little bit more, letting the staff kind of rest on the ground. Well, at least this is not an intrusion. So, what is it you wish to know about the fates?
To start off, I would like to have more information about the Shades of Cavail, just so you have an idea of what I'm going for.
Is that a particular question in mind?
No, more of a narrowing down the field of questioning so that you know the types of answers I'm looking for. I'm currently looking to see if we might find the Shade of Cavail that attacked us. Is the Shade of Cavail still in the city that we are in?
You see him kind of close his eyes and think for a moment. The one you seek is not here, but not so far as you might think. Your path is already destined to intertwine, and soon. I'm afraid there is no time left for you and your compatriots to make the first move. He has already made it, though you have yet to learn the fallout of that action.
Is anybody close to us in any direct harm that we can stop?
You see him close his eyes, think. You almost see just like a little bit more. His fingers twitch a little bit, almost as if he's kind of touching something, but he's still grasping the book. His eyes kind of open, glance around. Yes. The family of the one you call Volred is in grave danger. One is near death already.
And I have This isn't a question that I'm going to use this particular spell for. But if I ask you where they are, would you be able to tell me? Or is it purely yes or no questions?
I can let you know what the threads of fate show. I can take you on the way and let you know how fate is to turn out, and ways you might be capable of changing that fate. If
Okay.
you were to ask me where precisely they are, I could not answer you. I could only tell you what you might do to begin that path, or warn you as to how to avoid the worst outcomes of the path you are to walk.
Then I will ask the Latcher, what steps must I take to try and avoid the worst of the first strike?
And you see him again close his eyes, gonna think as if he's reading over something in his mind. His eyes open again. The threads of fate are myriad and tangled. Soon you will begin a journey, and the steps you take at the beginning will have the biggest outcome in change. You will see an opportunity to make your way towards your final destination. I can only tell you that the one whose life hangs in the balance will not be found along that main path, but rather a side path. Do not rush towards your confrontation. Seek to save the one who is harmed and in danger first. For if you go on ahead and challenge your foe, then you will consign her to death. Well, the fates have spoken. I have read them.
Thank you very much.
I
You've
wish
given me a
you
lot to think about and a lot to discuss with my friends.
well. I suppose the only other thing that I can tell you is you do not have long to discuss. The thread that starts this tangled web is already en route to your home.
Then I must take my leave. I appreciate what you have given me, and until we meet again.
I truly hope you are able to avoid the worst of the fates, child of Mama. And Lord knows, well, I am aware that many of your group have already suffered enough.
I will look for your clues to guide us on our path.
I will help as best I can.
Thank you, and I will pull away.
Okay. You come to consciousness. Barely a few moments have passed.
I will immediately have a face of horror, essentially, and I will say, it looks like they have already made the first move. Zolred, somebody in your family's in danger, and I don't have an idea as to where to get them, but I was told that there's something or someone coming to our house, and we are to follow them, or they will send us on a path that will lead us to save your family. They said it was she. It could be your sister. Just as a side note, his mom is still alive, correct?
Yes.
Mother,
Okay, so it's
brother, and
this.
sister.
Okay, so it's only those two females.
Mhm.
Could be your sister or could be your mother. I do not know. I just know that he let it slip that she was being held captive.
Or
I
that
say we
she
head to
would
the
die.
house. She would die if nothing was done.
Then we must return home.
And I basically speed walk / running depending on where we are home.
Yeah, you guys are having to clear about half the city. But yes, managing to get there, you enter the Emberhaven Enclave, kind of round through the winding streets. And as you kind of get your house in sight, you actually notice an individual at the door who seems to be moving through some papers and knocking.
I will go up to them. Are you trying to meet somebody here?
Yes, the individual, gnomish individual with this kind of this slicked back hair, wearing kind of a baggy shirt with like a tight blue vest and a satchel on one side. Kind of looks over. Oh, uh, yes. Sorry. Ostel, from the Messengers Guild. Are you Master Darelove?
That is
That
I.
would be him.
Ah, well, pleasure to meet you, sir. I have a package for you. And he kind of reaches into his sack, and you hear the as a small kind of wooden box, little bit longer, uh, almost perhaps like a tea box, but bigger. Because this was delivered to you. Uh, no return address, I'm afraid, but well, that happens if people want to avoid the return to sender fee. Um, but now that that's delivered, if you don't mind, and he kind of hands over like a little piece of wood with a signature on it, just to confirm that the package has been received.
I signed, but a different name.
And he takes it. Because doesn't even seem to bother checking the name. Because
It's
all right,
Volred, but misspelled.
thank you so much. And let me know if the Messengers Guild can do anything else for you. Have a wonderful day. And he kind of goes and he hops off into your house and starts looking like pulling out a sheet, trying to figure out where his next delivery is.
Let's go inside before we open it.
What if it blows up the house?
Hmm.
Like, the middle of the street seems like the safest place.
Let's do it then. I look over to Volred to open it.
Okay.
If he's
I'll
going
open
to
it.
actually open it.
Okay. You open up the box. There you find what looks like a couple small oranges with stems, leaves, and blossoms still attached. And sitting next to it is a bottle of fine wine. Vintage you don't really recognize, but it does bear the emblem of Harbor Haven Vineyards and Distillery.
Say that again.
Harbor Haven Vineyards and Distillery.
Is that all?
Yep, you got some oranges and a bottle of wine.
What the fuck does this mean?
Clue.
Do I have any idea where this distillery is?
Roll me a history check. But probably so.
40.
5,000.
26.
26. Yes, this is one of the 2 largest distilleries in the port town of Eladon.
I will say I know where this is. And that was from the wine, correct?
Yes, the Harbor Haven Vineyards and Distillery is a high-end vineyard and distillery in Eladon.
And then you said there was some fruit,
There was some oranges.
oranges. Do I have any idea what significance that would be in regards to the wine?
What's Vol's favorite
Not
fruit?
well, not well. Yes, it is, but for a particular reason.
Wait, what was the garden that your mom? Wasn't it like something with oranges? Like your mom and your sister had some kind of like thing about the oranges at your home or something?
An orange tree, right?
Yeah.
Small orchard.
Yes. There was a orange tree that was at the old palace. We used to make very good marmalade. It's the only
Okay.
place I could find solitude.
But you have 2 oranges, not 3.
But I don't understand.
And the package was delivered to Dare Love and not Bull Red, so we know that they know whoever your like what your identity is. So it has something to do with your past for sure. What connections to wine? And this is me asking out of character, just because technically Arthur was there whenever. No, no, this was still Yandere. Um, but yeah, like, was there any significance to the wine?
I can't think of anything right now.
Do you need a hint?
Yes.
Okay. As a reminder, Eladon is where your family moved to
I
after
remember
moving
that,
here.
but I'm thinking about just wine in general to answer Yandere's question.
Oh, probably not really.
Okay.
Um,
But you
other
know your
than, I
family
mean,
moved to Eladon.
you're a wino. Your family have been kind of winos, but I mean, Yandere and Caleb can probably guess that the wine is probably more a clue of location, whereas the oranges may symbolize individuals, at least based on what Caleb understands.
Well, I guess we must be going to Eladin.
Did you ever figure out where your family moved to, or do we just know that they moved to Eladin?
Just know they moved there.
Yeah, Master Falarion was the one that helped them perform the transfer.
I think we should reach out to Master Valerian.
Yes.
And prepare for a trap.
Yes.
Trap.
I think that would be the best bet. So,
What time of day is it?
gather your things. If you guys are ready to go, I'm ready to go.
Let's do
We
it.
teleported in
Yep,
the morning,
you
had a
guys-
brunch.
Yep. And I've kind of been running around, so it's probably 2 or 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let's go kick some ass.
Let's go. I'm going to head to Master Valerian's house and see if he might be able to assist him.
And I'll send a text message to the guildmaster saying we're following a clue for the Shady Cavale attacking family members. in Illidan.
Yeah.
With that, we should go ahead and call it here because we're already about 20 minutes over. But yes, I will let everyone know. I am actually gone next week, so we will not have a session because
Hard to
no
run a
one.
game without a DM.
Well, I mean, there's that, but we don't have any replacement programming schedule.
No backup set up at the moment.
Yeah.
So the plan is
Sassafras.
next Tuesday there will be no D&D on Tuesday. This Thursday, which would normally be either a Baldur's Gate or a Jace with Jace, is not going to take place as Anime Fest in Dallas takes place, and several of our members like to go there. Mostly me, and I will be in Dallas at that time. So if you're at the convention, say hi, because we're there. So no Thursday stream going on, no Tuesday stream. So enjoy a little small break before we come back.
And what about the following Thursday? Because that would normally be adjacent with Jace. Are we doing that since we're not doing Tuesday?
Who knows? We could review the convention, or we could do a Baldur's Gate stream. Expect some kind of announcement at that point.
Yeah, okay. Woot.
But if you are in the DFW area for Anime Fest this Thursday, please come by during the entire convention and say hi to myself, maybe Ari, perhaps Eric stops by, or Stu Volred will be there, and to say hi. Also, this Wednesday, I did a podcast for Dungeons and Dark Roast that will be airing on Spotify. If you want to hear that, they interviewed me based off of me running a game for them during Fan Expo Dallas. And with that, we will see you possibly next Thursday on the following month.
Goodbye.
Yep, it'll be August.
Good night, everyone. Have a great night.
Good night.